Hello, welcome. It is Friday. Why does my voice sound so weird? Very strange. Very strange sounding voice today. I don't know. It is Friday. We're back again with this. That's right, this me walking into spikes. Classic Friday pastime. People love walking into spikes. Voice changer, I don't know. I think it's because I've been lying down today. I did not have work today because our company has decided to give us the day off, and I think it's because there's like international holidays, you know, people that are in Europe, you might be having, you know, I don't know, May Day or whatever, and they're like, okay, well, if they're having that, we in the US also have that. And so I was just lying down. Yeah, Labor Day. Anyway, I was lying down. I was watching or listening to Northern Lion stream, and maybe when you lie down for a long time, maybe, I don't know, maybe like your voice, I don't know, maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, let me greet people. Welcome Duck, welcome Royal ZK, welcome Stream Elements, welcome Ranmu, welcome Hamp, Koku, Shima Panic, Nutritious, Edwardbra, and that's it. That's everyone. Okay. Anyway, it's another game development stream. I've not done one of these in a week, so I'm gonna do the usual thing where I go over what I've changed. And there appears to be a small moth in my room. It's flying around. It's being quite annoying, so I might be distracted for a little bit. Okay, so godot run command godot. It's May Day. Don't you know about May Day? It's the day from May. It's there. Alright, so we're gonna open up Godot. We're gonna also open up the Windows subsystem for Linux. As you know, as everyone knows. And we're going to attach to tmux. And then we're gonna shrink this guy. This guy's here. Okay, and then what have I changed? I've changed several things. I forgot where I left off last time. Let's check. Last time I streamed this was on Friday. And we had was it this one? Was it this one? Add room with falling climbable platform. Okay, so we added these. I fixed some bugs, and I've implemented gliding. I mean, it's already implemented, but I did not have the part in the game where you actually unlock the ability. So let's see, we have the player, right? The player at the moment is in this room right here, which is a new room. There's many new rooms. This is like the most new rooms I've added, I think, in a while. Okay, so where was I last? You know, let's just run through the game from, you know, maybe like from this point. Maybe from this one. Did I add this last time? Was this here? I think I added this. This was here. This one. I think this was the room we were working on last time. So I can show you what this looks like at the moment. Welcome Stanley as well. Alright, so at this point in the game, the player has the ability to climb walls. They cannot yet glide. Alright, so we're here. This is the room we added last time. I forgot what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to push this thing down, and then you can then jump. And then you're supposed to grab onto this thing and then make this jump. Okay, that's there. Oh no, this is the room we added last time. This was here last time. The goal for this room is to cause this thing to fall down. This thing right here, this floating island falls down, and then you push this down. I think we spent the entirety of last time just making this one room, which is maybe a bit too long. But I figured it out. It does work now. You push this thing over. The box then prevents you from getting killed, and then you continue to jump up. Okay, then you go down. And then this room I think you have not seen yet. This room right here, it's here to tell you that the falling platforms can be triggered by things other than you. You can push the block into the mushroom, which sends it into the platform, and then it falls. And then, you know, okay, let me show you what you do if you don't have that. You try like fall here, and then, oh no, then you can't go. That's right, you can't make that jump. So you have to push this thing. And then once that's there, then you have this. And then you're like, oh no, how do I go down there? Well, you gotta go up here, and then you trigger this thing to fall. And then once that has fallen, you can go down. Okay, and then this is where you get the gliding ability. Now the entire world is open. You can now glide. This room, you're supposed to do that, and then you do this thing. You're supposed to glide over to this platform and grab onto it, and then you can jump. Whoa, look at that, it's crazy. And then this is a room you've been to. You might be like, whoa, what is this? This looks so familiar. What the heck is this? This is an early part of the game. But now you have gliding, so you can actually go over here. You could not go here before. Now you can go here. Okay, and we have many challenges meant to challenge you and your gliding abilities. You're supposed to fall and then do this and then do this. Now there is a secret in this room, but it will not be revealed until later. Can you guess what the secret is? Maybe. Love the speed of falling gravity. Yeah, it's not, yeah, there's like a little bit of some falling going on here. Anyway, let me describe how this is set up. I actually, when I implemented this before, okay, go up, yeah, that's the secret. there's a thing up there. I actually did not have this room here. I actually had this room go directly up to the next room, and then it goes up here, and then it goes up there. But then I was like, there's not enough levels, you know? I actually have the end of the game already like set up. you climb this big mountain, kind of like in Celeste, and then at the very end, this is the end of the game. But then like I didn't have like this section. You'll notice these rooms are empty. I had these rooms, and then you start climbing this big open area. But I was like, this is not enough, right? Considering that gliding is like, you know, the last power up, we want to have more challenges. So I started adding some rooms on the left side. And so this is a room I worked on today, or actually yesterday. This one, I think it's a little bit challenging in the sense that it requires a little bit more thought than the other ones. But this was entirely by accident. So here's what you do. The first thing, your instinct is you're supposed to go down here, right? You're like, oh, what do you go down here? What's the point of this? I don't even know what to do. What is this thing, huh? Well, you go here, and then you find out that you can't do this because the crate is being blocked. So you have to actually push the crate first. You have to go down here, and then you gotta push the crate up. And then you're supposed to push the crate up here. Now you might be inclined to push this crate down, but no, this is where you go back up. Whoops, you're not supposed to do that. This is where the order matters. You're supposed to push this here. You do this, and then you go up here, and then you gotta trigger this block to fall. And now you gotta get back on the other side. So then you do this, and then you go this way, and then you go up. You climb this one, and then you can push the block over. And now that the block is over there, then you do this. And now you're like, oh no, but how do I get up there then? If I get pushed this way, I'll have to like go back up. Now that is, you know, that is an intended path. You can in fact go this way, but now you can't go down. Now you have to go back this way. You gotta be careful. Now you could do that, or if you were a pro gamer like me, you could simply oops, okay, let me reset this. There's another way to do it. It's actually very advanced. It requires advanced knowledge of the game. That's speedrun tech. Okay, so you go this way, and then you trigger that thing to fall down, and then you go back. You get this thing over here. Right now that it's over here. Okay, now this one, you're like, you can't make that. But if you jump, if you glide, it gives you a little bit of vertical movement, and then you can actually grab onto the crate. Okay, the other way is like you go back and you push it. Then you push this thing onto this, and then that triggers this to fall, and then you can go to the next room. All right, and then these rooms, I think this is what I'll work on this stream. They're empty rooms at the moment, but they will have things in them. I still need to think of like some challenges that might make sense to add. Okay, then you go through these rooms, and then you go to this room. This room, it's not that complicated. You just glide up, glide past these things. You then glide there, and then you glide up, and then you go to the next room. This one requires, okay, there's multiple ways to do it. The intended way is to climb onto this thing, and then you can glide over to this one, and then you glide there. Now the other way, if you were a pro gamer, is that you could actually do this. If you know that you can actually grab onto the platform without the spikes killing you, you can actually just go over here. You don't have to wait for that guy, okay? And then, once you're on this side, okay, but you do still have to wait for this one. So whether this saves you any time is left for you to consider. Maybe it doesn't actually save you time. Maybe it's actually bad. You know, this way is more consistent. And then you gotta glide back and forth. Simply gotta go between, because you can't simply climb up. You gotta go back and forth. Alright, this room requires some timing. You gotta hold on to the glide, because if you fall immediately, you might die. And then this one, you avoid the mushroom. You fall into this one. And then this one, you gotta be timely, because if you grab onto this thing and it falls, I don't think there's a way to actually go up there. So you have to like wait, and then you can glide onto this one. Okay, and then this is where the end of the game begins. This is a challenge. Now there is a secret in this room as well. It's actually not in this room, but the next room. You might be like, oh, what's that on the left? Whoa, what? There's a secret item on the left side. Whoa, how am I supposed to get that? Good question. You can in fact choose to go to the next room and then glide down from there. Inter-room continuity. Welcome, Pandas. Or you can actually go from here. If you were good. If you were good, you could do it. If you were good at your timing. This is not as hard as it seems. I'm just bad. It's impossible. It's not impossible. It's so possible. Alright. Alright, then from here, you can glide from here to get to that one. Bam, just barely. And then you're like, oh, is there more to the left maybe? No, there isn't. It's just a bunch of spikes that will kill you. Okay, so now we're at the last part of the game. This one, you might be inclined to be like, what's up there? What's the point of going this way? Well, if you go this way, you cannot go up this way. You then have to go back, and then you go this way and get the mushroom to bounce you upward. It's kind of like, you know, the end of Celeste. You're like climbing a mountain. Trying to get to the top, you know? What's the reason? We don't know. And then the same thing, you're like, oh, what, do I have to go this way? There's a siren outside. He's gonna arrest us. Maybe instead of floor spikes to the left, you can, what if you put an immediate spike wall? No, because then that ruins the thing. Because it's like, you know, it makes you think there's more to it. There could be more stuff. Let the player decide. If we put a spike wall right there, then they'll, you know, maybe from there, then they'll be like, oh, what if there's a thing up there? What if I glide from here? Maybe there's more past that room, right? Oh, what is that? There's gotta be something. And then you find out you can't actually go that far. There's things, you know. There's actually nothing over there. Can you put another clover over the spikes that's impossible? No, because that is bad game design. You should not add things that are impossible to get. Okay, and then you go this way, and then climb up. And then you start climbing. This is the end. This is, you can tell it's the end because you've never had to climb a wall this high up before. And then, oh, what is this? We're at the peak. It's literally peak. Okay, and then this is the end of the game. It'll like trigger a cutscene or something, and then you'll glide off or something. I don't know. You might wonder what's down here though. Good question. It actually brings you right back to the previous room, this is where you got the cake. It all goes back, but the player will not see that. There was a room above you the whole time, but you can't actually go there. It's actually impossible. There's no way to go up there. And then that's it. That's the game. Now today we're going to be adding these rooms. I'm still trying to like think of some like gliding challenges that might be interesting. Thank you for the clapping. Thank you Spotify royalty free lo-fi music for clapping. Okay, so what are some challenges? We've added, I feel like most of the challenges that I've added are, you know, that's the extent of what I can think of for gliding. And the thing you'll notice that there's a lot more spikes after you obtain gliding. There's a lot more spikes because otherwise it'll be too easy to move around. You check like the number of spikes in this section of the game versus before. There's a lot more. You got spikes on walls because now the player can climb on walls. There's like all this other stuff. But now what? Welcome Namington, welcome Dopamine, Early Wolf. So true, because it is a holiday in some places. And not the US, but the company has given us a day off. Welcome Muffin as well. Alright, so time to think of some game design levels. What are some interesting challenges that we could have for climbing? Also, one worry that I have is that, okay, I didn't actually talk about this one. I did show it, but I didn't actually like go up there. Is that you can just climb up and get this one. The way I had it before was that you would go directly from this room to this one, and then it would be obvious to you that you missed something. Now that I've added more rooms, it is a little bit annoying that you have to like go all the way here, then you go to this room, and then you're like, wait, what the? I missed something, and then you have to like go all the way back. I could maybe, I don't know, I would like to somehow make it so you don't have to wait that long before you find out that you missed something. Or maybe I could just move this room somewhere else. Or maybe I could just remove this secret. Maybe there's no need for this secret. Welcome, Deafened. I don't know. Things to decide. Maybe I could have this room go up here. And then this room can go this way. And then this room goes up, and then maybe you have to go left. But then, oh, maybe I could turn these rooms into something. Instead of going this way, maybe you can go up. And then what? You can go up and then go this way. And then from here, you go up. But then you will eventually have to go this way. So like, so then what? So then what does that mean? I don't know. What if you go, oh, what if this room, what if there's like a passage from this room to here, and then when you pass through this room, then you see that there's a clover. Because otherwise you just look at this and you're like, there's nothing to the left, right? I don't know. Would it be difficult to try to make it so you can try to get in from the room it's in addition to the secret from below, but making the path for the room a lot tougher? Maybe. But I mean, then they would see that you can get from below. I mean, I don't know, how would I make it challenging to get here from this room? There could be like a falling platform from here, maybe, that drops you down, but then it would drop you down here. I don't know. It's possible. I could always just move the rooms around. Like this one, I could have this room show up later, right? I could instead maybe like have this room be over here instead. Or maybe this room could be like over here. A lot of things. Also, I don't like the fact that this is so empty. But then I feel like this is enough challenge that I don't want to add like too much else here. Because if I add all this and then there's like a thing that can kill you here, then it's like, then you have to do the whole thing over again. Maybe I could just leave it as empty. If you could see you can get it from below, then it would either make the player try to do a challenge or backtrack to get to the clover. Yeah. But then, like, I don't know if there's like a challenge that would make sense. Well, what could such a challenge be? What if there was like well, I don't know. Because then if there's a challenge and then they go down and then they get this, then they'll have to do the entire thing anyway, right? Unless there's like a way back up. But then if there's a way back up, then that means if you go this way, then you could just skip all these rooms, right? Unless there was a way around it. There could be a box that you could push. And then that box block you, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, I guess that's not the point of today's stream. It's the point of today's stream. We gotta think of like some levels to add here. I could always adjust this later. Now this one though. This one, gotta start thinking. You can make a hole in the room prior that you can't travel up from. Like a hole in this room you can't travel up from. So you can go down from here, but then if you go down from here, you're gonna have to do the entire thing over. You have to do all these. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably fine. Probably is totally fine. Where's the player? Okay, the player is here right now. Let's think of some gliding challenges. Foreground. Now I tried looking for games that have gliding to see if there's like any any interesting ideas I could take from them, but I don't know, I couldn't really find too many. I have no game dev, so I can't think creatively. You don't have to be a game dev to think creatively. Anyone can do it. Literally anyone. Literally anyone. Didn't you know that, you know, people that are not experts at things can still contribute? It's like how they found a 20-second time skip in Super Mario Bros. Recently because a non-speedrunner just accidentally discovered a bug. That was very recent. It was literally, what, like last month or something? I don't know. Welcome, Michael. Alright, so how do we add some challenges? What are some challenges that make sense? What if you fall down? What if there was crates you could push? What if this game had some crates? What if we had like 10 crates? What if there were like 30 crates? Mushroom. You know, we've only had pushable mushroom on right side twice in this game. Maybe I could add another one. We had this one, pushable mushroom. And then we had another one, I think. Where is it? Here? We could add a third one. Have I made a crates puzzle room that also requires gliding? Yeah, this one has crates. Actually, that's the only one. I should probably add more. One crates room. Welcome, old man diabetes. Alright, let's focus. Let's have a crate focus room. A crate gliding room. Welcome, Choco. Gambling. Why is she gambling? Why is she doing the gamba? Okay, what if this crate was to fall down? What if you had a wall of crates? Wait, we haven't had that before. What if we had a wall of crates? And then what? What do you do with the wall of crates? I don't know. Gonna gamble everything? Why? Why is she doing? What if this room was entirely made up of crates? Huh? What if you had a crate here? And a crate over here? And there, and there. And then maybe you have to like push the top crate. And then it falls onto another crate. And then that crate, you gotta push this crate before you push that crate, because if you push this crate, then you can't push that crate. Okay, what if you had, you know, what if it was just like this? Whoa, guys, what's everyone's favorite gambling? Any fans of gambling? Whoa, what the heck is going on? You seen this? Oh, there's too many physics interactions. The game is starting to bug out. We've not had this before. Okay, maybe we don't have this. I've never actually tested this many crates in a room. So you cannot push a crate if there are crates above it, which is expected. You can climb crate. You can push this crate. You can push that crate. This crate is now there. No, let's not have this many crates. Alright, so we go back to the player. For a room like this, you would also need something to reset on. Yes, if we were to do that, there would definitely be spikes. I would also, perhaps, early on in the game, have a sign that tells you can press R to reset. But, you know, maybe the player forgets. Maybe they never actually have a use for it. Oops, what have I done? I changed a property by accident. Okay, can glide is true. Alright guys, it's time to think of some crate-related challenges. Crate with mushroom, perhaps? Crate with mushroom on the side. Waiter, I would like a crate. Would you like the mushroom as well? Ah, yes, the mushroom. Can I get the mushroom on the side? And then they go, very well, sir. And then they give you crate with mushroom on the side. And then you can push the crate with the mushroom into another crate, and then that crate can be pushed. It will push you, and you say, waiter, I did not ask for this. And you said, yes, you did. You in fact ask for this. Pushing a crate. Anyone pushing crates recently? Counter-Strike Go, crates. Okay. Let's try to think of some challenges. Crate with mushroom. Okay, what if crate with mushroom can be used to push another crate, and that other crate was actually a crate with mushroom on the top? Have I had any interaction with two crates with mushrooms on them? I don't think I have. I've only done so in testing. We could have crate with mushroom on top. This game is too hard. It's not even out yet. It's so easy. This game's literally for babies. That's not true. What if a baby could speedrun this game? Okay, you can push the crate. You can push the mushroom crate. But how? But then what? What could you do with this? And also have it involve gliding. Give up. No, it's so easy. All you gotta do is push. All you have to do is push the crate into another crate. Okay, what if you glide from here? What if you had to glide over to the left side, and then there was a crate you can push? And then that crate, what if there was an opening down here? You push a crate from here, it falls down, and then you can push that crate to the left, and then it falls down. And then this one gives you a platform for something. Or maybe we do another thing where you like have a crate fall on top of a falling platform with spikes on it. Because I mean, this is the only room so far. We could add another room that has that. So like, what if there was like a crate, falling platform with spikes. You push crate. Maybe there's like a crate up here. And you push it down, and then it goes down here, and then it falls onto there. Or maybe you have to have the crate with mushroom on it. That one could be used to push it. There could be a crate that falls onto spikes, and then since you can't push the crate when there's spikes on it, you can instead push a crate with a mushroom on it, and then that mushroom pushes the crate, and then that falls onto this one. Have you considered that? Have you thought about this, guys? Every day in your life, you wake up, you think, what if we had crates that you could push with other crates? What if that crate was here? And then you had spikes, right? Right here. And then since you cannot push this one because there's spikes, you need another. There must be another one, okay? Simple as that. It is so simple, guys. You don't even know. No, people don't appreciate crates nowadays. You have this crate right here. Crate enjoyers. Okay, so you go here. Did I move everything over? Welcome, Altscop. This seems misaligned. What the heck? This is aligned perfectly fine. Oh, no, it's not aligned. Whatever, you know, it's fine. That's actually totally fine. Okay, so we go back. You can push this one into there, and then this one. Oh, but then it goes too far. But then that's when you push it back. And then it pushes this opening, and then now you can go down. Okay, so that's gotta be something. I love crates because you can put stuff in them. What's your favorite thing to put in a crate? If you had one thing you could put in a crate. Added flying. I sure did. It's been there, I just haven't added levels that have it, and now that I have, it's in the game. It's now here. We're trying to design 5 rooms, and then after those 5 rooms, I'm done. That's the entire game. This is peak. This is the peak right here, and that'll be the end of the game. You climb a mountain, just like in Celeste. Smaller crates? No, I said one thing. That's multiple things. There's multiple things. Okay, so what if, you know, what if there's like, you can't go here. There's like a thing. There's like a thing stopping you. And then you have to glide over to this one. I cannot contribute any ideas. You can totally contribute ideas. You could totally do such a thing. Believe in yourself. Okay, so this one, it goes there. Maybe I can put this over here instead. It's a bit too far over. We don't have that much room to like add stuff here. But if I moved everything over here, we have this right there. And then we could do this, and then we can have you put the spikes over here. So you cannot just push this. You must push this one. It's that easy. It's so simple, guys. You don't even understand. But then this is too straightforward, though. You need to go on like some mini quest to get this crate to be here. So how do you do that? Maybe we have another crate. Maybe there is a mushroom. There's a bouncy mushroom below, and then you gotta push it to get up here. Right, there could be a one-way platform. Welcome to my. Hope you're having a good Friday. Let's see, this thing could be like, you know, here. And then you can remove this. And then maybe also this. And then you have a bunch of mushrooms. There's a mushroom down here. Right here. And then there's like a thing over here. And then this thing that is up here is instead going to be over here. Okay, but then maybe there's like another set of mushrooms. Maybe it starts off over here instead. And there's like another mushroom down here. Have you thought about this? Have you considered this? Mushrooms. everywhere. And then this one, you gotta delete these. And then you gotta add more one-way platforms. That's right, mushrooms. Everyone knows mushrooms. Bouncing, that's how you bounce with the mushrooms. Floor made entirely of mushrooms. That's too much. There's too much going on here. Okay, so this is the level. Wait, but if you can go this way, what's the point of doing this? There's got to be a reason for doing this. You can go down. Okay, what if you go down this way? There's like a little tunnel. There's a tunnel going this way. The tunnel, if you will. There's a tunnel going here. Yeah, but then you don't have room to push this guy. I could move everything over again. That is possible. Like the Game Gear Sonic bonus stages where the entire floor is springs. I have not played those, but I will believe you. That seemed very believable. Alright, so this goes there. Then it's up there, right? Then you push this one, right? Then you push this one there. But then it doesn't work because we have this thing. Okay, so you can make the opening larger. You can remove these two and have this one be a one-way platform. And then you go here. There isn't really much of a challenge to this though. I kind of feel like you're just pushing this for no reason. I mean, there is a reason, but that reason is very straightforward. Oh, maybe there is a little bit of a challenge. It's that you're like, how do I get up here? How am I supposed to go up here? Well, you can go here and then glide. And then this one is pushed up. But you gotta like not fall into it. And then you do this. And then now it's on that side. And then you do this. And now you can go down here. But then it's like, now that you're down here, what's the point, right? How do you, like, you know, the goal is to go up here. Whereas if this was here, you could have done that the whole time. So to do that, we'll move everything over again. Literally everything. All the obstacles. Move that over here. Got the hazards as well. They're over here, and then you move all this stuff. Bam. Okay, then you gotta fix up everything else. Gotta get this stuff. I didn't even move the one-way platforms. Imagine not moving the one-way platforms. It's cringe. The innate joy pushing blocks. It is fun. It is kind of fun to push crates. Not in real life. I don't do that in real life. But in games, love to push crates. There's actually a Steam box pushing fest. Box pushing fest or whatever. It's about Steam box pushing fest. It's literally a sale for games where you push boxes. I saw this and I was like, what the? That's my game. Welcome, Pork Foo. I've had a job where I pushed crates all day. It was not fun. Yeah, but what if you could push the crates into mushrooms, huh? What if that was fun? Have you considered that it can possibly be fun sometimes? Maybe, you know, maybe if they had mushrooms on the side of them, you would enjoy it. Maybe not, I don't know. Okay, so from here, if there were mushrooms, I would never have quit. See, they gotta start adding mushrooms to crates. There's so many things you could do with them. But they have to be bouncy. If they're not bouncy, what's the point, right? What even is the purpose of a non-bouncy mushroom? It's nothing. There's no point. It's literally nothing. Okay, so this one, I guess you could have like an opening, right? This one could maybe have like a little tunnel. And then that tunnel can bring you to the next room. But then what though? But then what? You can have this tunnel be here. And then you can push this thing over. But then, like, what is the challenge? There's no challenge. We could add some spikes, maybe. Maybe, oh, there could be spikes. Maybe there's some spikes over here. Maybe you have to, like, I don't know. Maybe there's like a little thing. Maybe there's some kind of thing over here. Maybe there's like spikes over here. Maybe there's time spikes. And then what? I should maybe move all these up one more. And then that will allow you to have two spaces instead of just one. And this as well. This one, we can move the one-way platform up by one tile. And then you start adding challenges. As for what challenges exactly, maybe we have some, maybe there is a moving platform with spikes on it. You could have one of these. Consider perhaps having a spiked platform. I keep clicking the wrong thing. This one. It could be here. And then if you want to go down, you have to traverse it. Is there a fake mushroom? No, they're all real. I would never deceive the player by making a fake mushroom. Okay. Does this work? Is this a thing that works? So you gotta glide over here. And there's like a little bit of challenge. We could add some time spikes over here perhaps. The mushroom that explodes and kills you. Remember when I had the ladder that kills you? I remember. I was there for this. Okay, what if we had these spikes? That was a good ladder. It was a classic. Okay, what if it was like this? Like a little bit of challenge. And then you gotta like time. Oh, then you gotta time, you know, between this spike and then this one. You can go down here and then do this. Okay, and then the rest of the level is just this. Okay, but now the wall is it's too close. You then will have to remove some of this. You gotta do it. You have to remove some of it. Alright, so from here, oops. What about some spikes at the wall on top? This one? This one? This one? Which one? Which wall? Oh, this wall? I could do that. It is a thing I could consider doing. Okay, and then that... Oh, and then you have to go back. See, that's the challenge, is that you then have to go through this thing again. Okay, then you can push this one over. Oh, and then you gotta... Oh, look at this. You gotta go back on this one. Okay, we've added some challenges, and now that that's there, then you have room to go. Okay. The wall that the platform bounces into. The wall that the platform bounces. The platform bounces? Which one? I'm just gonna add some spikes here. Actually, they can just glide over it. Nah, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's totally fine. We'll put some spikes here. And then what? And then you want them to not go through here. You have to then stop them from going this way. Right. And then maybe you want to make this a one-way platform in case the player wants to go back, right? Because otherwise it actually would be impossible to go back. Or no, we can make this a one-way platform. No, you know, let's have this one. No, actually, because then if I make this one, they have to go back this way. If you know, if they've already done this room, they should be pretty easy to go back. So I will make this a one-way platform over here. And then I guess I could also make this one slightly larger. All right, and then that is the room, I guess. That is this room. Oh, I could also add spikes over here, so that if you were to bounce up from this mushroom, it would kill you. I could also move this mushroom a little bit over, so that it's there. Or maybe it's fine. Maybe it's... Hold on, let me replay this. Go here. Okay, then you gotta time that so that you don't fall on those spikes. And then you go down, and oh, what the heck? Okay, that's... I don't like that. The fact that if you fall from here, you're like between these two spikes. This one should specifically be like this. In turn, push some auto-generate files. I don't even know. I can't even understand. Streams many lines of red text. That's life. It's a metaphor for life. Okay, you do this. You push it over. Actually, okay, this shape is a little bit weird. The fact that you only have like one tile and then it's like that. Maybe I don't even need this. Maybe in fact it'll just be this. And then you have this. We thought about this. Have you considered that it could be this? Okay. So you do this. You go, oh no, you gotta time your movements. Okay, this one is a little bit tricky. Really makes you think. Really causes you to ponder the meaning of life. Okay, I've survived that somehow. You go down here. You go this way, it goes up. You do this one. Oh, what the heck? I didn't even consider that could happen. If you are in that situation, you have to die. You are forced to die. Okay, you climb onto this wall. You fall down. You push this one. And go here. No, but you don't want to do that. Okay, then you're stuck. You're stuck. I kind of don't want this to happen. I'm not a fan of the fact that you could get stuck there. But then how do I prevent it? That's the question. Because the instinct of the player is to simply hold right. If they hold right too much, they may find themselves up here. What if I add like what if this was actually solid? This is good game design. Yeah, that's how I would have done it. These are smart hits right here. That's how I would have done it. Okay, this one, I guess you could also do this. There's many ways to approach the problem. Okay, then once you do this, okay, that still does it. It still does it. Okay, so that does nothing. How would I prevent the player from being launched up here where they get stuck, but not stop this thing from being pushed? Good question. Good question, Wolfie. And the answer is... Does this work? I feel like this is going to stop this thing though. I feel like the collision is going to stop it. But maybe it's fine. Maybe it's actually totally fine. Oh, it actually is totally fine. Okay. So now the player can go back this way. No, it's actually kind of tricky though. Because then, actually that's the same as it was before. Okay, you can go this way. You go down. You go this way. Push it up. You push this thing over. And then you go here. And then, okay, that's, you know, that's fine. I think that's totally fine. And then you can go this way. Okay, I think that is an adequate challenge for this room. It's good level. And then I guess there's no reason why we need this to be open. So we'll keep it like this. I could also make this one a little bit more lenient for the player to go through. This one could be lowered a bit. Because, you know, when you jump from here, you hit your head on the ceiling, which is non-ideal. I could lower all this by 1. And then we have the hazards. You gotta move this down as well. We have the checkpoint. We gotta add some more checkpoint here. Or I can make it more difficult, but I don't want to. I think this is a good level of difficulty. You know, because you could imagine many situations where they would die. But if they die too much, they might get frustrated. They're like, ah, this game is too hard. Just like, you know, Old Man Diabetes. He was like, this game is too hard. I can't be playing this. And then you push this one. And then, once that... Wait, could that have hit this thing? Is that a thing that could have happened? I don't know. Oops. It's fine. It's actually perfectly okay. Okay, I think I could add like a little bit more over here. Because the jump from here to here is a little bit so specific. Old Man Diabetes, that's what I called my old man back in the day. That is a chatter. That is the name of a chatter. Okay, that is literally his username. It's diabetes instead of diabetes. I said diabetes by accident. It's actually diabetes. Okay, so this is there. This is totally there. And then what? And then you gotta think. You gotta consider... What are some things we could add to the next room? Good question. Great question. Obviously, you gotta add a ladder so that you know that you can go up. Do you even need a ladder? Not really. I mean, the player can climb, so there's really no reason to have a ladder. But I'm going to do so to make it convenient for checkpoints to work in a nice way. We add this ladder specifically right here. There. And then I guess you don't need this one-way platform. This one could be deleted. You can have this instead be a regular solid platform. Like that. Almost done with level design. Doesn't that mean you're almost done, period? No, there's a lot there's a lot left to do. Welcome, Tag Barrel. I still have to like add actual graphics. I still have to add like the signs that tell you tutorials. I need to add like an ending. I need to add like a title screen. I need to add like a pause menu, a settings menu, sounds. There's like literally no music. Like these are placeholder graphics, so I also have to like add like a cave biome. I'm thinking like the end of it could be like a winter biome, you know, because when you're at the top of a mountain, there's like snow. You could add like snow particle effects and all that. There's so much. This game was intended to be just a short game, and now it's gone on for way too long. I need to end this game immediately. Not immediately, just at some point. This game is so long, right? I was like, oh man, it's just gonna be a short game. Now look at it. Look at this game. It's a huge game. Alright, so we have checkpoints. The checkpoints, we got one right there. We got one right there. It's cool though. I think it's pretty cool. Okay, wait for the speedrunning video for Wolf Game from Summoning Salt. No, someone's gonna speedrun this. I already know. And this is not hypothetical. Someone is going to speedrun this. For real. He was in the chat. He might still be in the chat. Yep, someone post an ASCII map of the entire game on the game facts. I'm gonna speedrun this. Yeah, this is gonna be a real game. It's gonna have a real Twitch category. Apparently you can just do that. You can just go to like VGDB or whatever. What is it? Video game DB. VGM. What is it? Video game database. You can just submit your game to this. Moby Games. IGDB. That's what it is. Is this what it is? Is this the independent one? I don't know. There is a website. You could submit your games, and that's where Twitch actually gets its games list from. I forgot the name of it, but it's a thing that exists. Alright, so we've added one room. Let's add another room. Now, what challenge is this? Is there a game? There is a game. There is a name, but I will not reveal it yet. It's called Celeste. This game is called Celeste. It's not actually called Celeste. Also, I should drink water. It is 5 PM after all. I pressed the water drinking button. It's not working. Freaking VTube Studio telling me to back up my files and doesn't let me drink water. Okay, now I'm going to drink water. Alright, I've hydrated. Wolfie stream is starting. It's 5 PM. Can't wait to tune in to the Wolfie stream. Welcome, Plush Mayhem. Or Tiff. I guess I should actually call you Tiff, which is your name, instead of your username. It's like when people call me Wolfus, I'm like, that's fine, but I would prefer Wolfie. You don't know. Some people, they don't know. Okay, so this room right here, we gotta add some challenges. What if we added crates? What if you could push a crate in this room? And maybe this crate is a crate with a vertical mushroom. Ignorance is not a virtue, but not a sin. You know. But you know, it's like when people call me Wolfus, I'm not like, oh, actually, you should actually call me Wolfie, blah blah blah. It's like, you know, that is my username. But you know, if they call me Wolfie, then I'm like, then they know. You're like, they actually know. Then they're aware. They are aware of me as a chat member and a contributing member of society. You know, we haven't had that many mushroom downs recently. I think in the entire game, there's like maybe like 2 of them. There's like one. There's like one over here. And is that the only down mushroom? I could add like another down mushroom. Yeah, there's like only one. Okay, well, what can I do with the down mushroom? Well, good question. Do you call friends you met online and always refer to their username when you meet them IRL with their real name or their username? I usually call them their name that I met them by, so their username usually. Unless their username is like really weird and long. If it's like 3 words or something, they usually have like a shortened version of their name, or like a, what was it, like people don't call them. Actually, Northern Light was on like a podcast recently, Ludwig's podcast, and they were like, it's kind of weird to just call you Northern Line in real life. That's why they call him Brian, which is his real name. But then, you know, it doesn't feel weird when people call him NL, right? Because that's, you know, that's short enough to be like a nickname. Did I watch it? I watched like 20 minutes of it, maybe like 10 minutes, I don't know. And I'm like, I don't really feel like watching the whole thing. but you could. I watched that too. Wasn't it like 2 hours? How long? It was like 1 hour, right? I don't know. You see his feet. Yeah, they were all there showing their feet. Watch the podcast. It was enjoyable. What was the best part about the podcast? What did they talk about that was nice? I listened while I played Dragon Quest II. Was that the game that had the remake that came out recently? Dragon Quest II and 3 HD or whatever, or the original one. Dragon Warrior. Remember when it was Dragon Warrior? I remember. I played that game. Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior Monsters as well. That was cool. But like, what use could there possibly be for a downward pointing mushroom? Nothing. Remember Dragon D's? I remember. I was playing the Nintendo version Dragon Warrior 2. That's the one I played on the Game Boy. Game Boy Color, even. I had good times with it. I don't remember anything about it though. It was a game that I played, and yet none of it was memorable. You know, it's because I was young. It's because I was so young that I could not internalize anything. The general banter was nice. I also found it funny they flew NL out to do the podcast because he didn't want to go to them. Oh, they flew out to NL. Well, I mean, that makes sense because like he has a kid, right? He has to take care of his family. My favorite part of the podcast is when I found the moon fragment. Yo, from the moon, from the real moon. The original one was an NES game. The Game Boy Color one was a port remake. I know. I'm just saying that's the one that I played. It's like how I only played Link to the Past on the Game Boy Advance, and I never played the SNES one. But like, I'm not gonna say that I played SNES because I didn't even have one. I've never even had an SNES. I was gonna say I've never seen one in real life, but I think that's not true. I've definitely been to game stores where they've had them. Alright, how can we make a downward mushroom work? Is this even possible? Can downward mushrooms even provide a purpose other than to be right before the sideways mushroom? SNES was my first ever console. I think mine was probably the Game Boy regular, or maybe the Game Boy Color? No, the Game Boy Pocket. That was the first one that I had, I think. Sometimes at cons they have all these tables of old consoles to play. So true. Yeah, retro consoles like PS3. Like the PlayStation 4. Well, imagine being so old. You were out when the PlayStation 4 was out. When you were out, that doesn't make sense. I still have my SNES and Genesis in the basement. What was the best Genesis game you had? I spent a lot of time playing, there was this one game called Tom and Jerry. That one time Tom and Jerry game on the Genesis. I never beat the second level. But me and my cousin would spend so much time trying to beat that level, and it was impossible. Game Boy Pocket was also my first own console. It was a good one. We had good times on that console. As a child, I used SNES powered by AA batteries. It was a very impractical Game Boy replacement. But then didn't you need like a screen, like a TV to plug it into? How did that work? Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That's the guy from the meme. That's the and Knuckles from the and Knuckles meme. Well. There was also a tiny portable television. But then did you also power that television with the batteries? I guess that would make sense, yeah. Super Mario All-Stars. Pokemon Yellow. I remember Pokemon Yellow was like revolutionary. The fact that you had a Pikachu following you at all times, it was like, you know, it was cool. And then you could, you know, you could get the Pikachu to surf and fly even. And it had balloons and a surfboard. That Pikachu could do anything. Surfing Pikachu, remember that guy, Surfing Pikachu. Never owned a Genesis, had a Game Gear though. Played Master System games. Dragon's Trap, I've never even heard of that one. Did not even know that that was a thing. You couldn't, sadly. Surfing Pikachu was from Stadium. Well, I had friends who had it. They probably hacked it with a Game Shark. But you could see it, it was in the game. Surfing Pikachu, Pokemon Yellow, they had sprites for it and everything. It's real. There was a mini game even, right? Wasn't there a mini game for it? This was the mini game. Look at that, they got the Pikachu that can surf. Got this guy. There was a mini game. Pikachu's Beach. Use control pad to surf rad. Is this real? Dragon's Trap is an old Metroidvania. Was it older than Metroid? I guess it wouldn't make sense. That doesn't even make any sense. Wolfie, what are you saying? How can it be older than Metroid? Metroid is so old. Okay, what if we had a platform? What if we had falling platform? What if we had a room where you could glide, maybe? What if it was full of mushrooms? Welcome, Jonathan Joester. What if we had a rising platform? No, that's impossible. You cannot possibly do that. But you can. You actually can. Right here. This is one. This is an example of such a thing. Oops, what have I done? What did I do? There. This right there. This one. We have this. Now, what if you had to, like, grab onto it and then jump and then glide over? We already had a room like this, though. This is already a thing that existed. Maybe there's, like, spikes up here, and then in order to get up here, you gotta climb on this thing. And then, you know, then you have a thing, right? Then you got stuff to climb on. You could have, you know, for this one, spikes. Spikes right over here. Right there. And then, so then you have to climb on this one. And then what? And then once you're up here, there could be, maybe a set of timed spikes. And then you land on these timed spikes. And then... not only is it adorable, but the animations make the game feel a lot better. Instead of sliding as on ice, the characters have a turning animation that feels better. Dragon's Trap. What? Dragon's Trap? Game Genie. Dragon's Trap? Oh, they made like a remake of it. Oh, I've seen the remake. The Wonder Boy Dragon's Trap. I didn't know this was a remake, actually. I see. Interesting. I mean, all of these images are of the remake. This is the original one, I guess. Well, hey, what the heck is that? Old cover art is funny. So true. Did I put this on the wrong layer? Wait, did I? No, this is the right layer. Why is this not being replaced with the actual spikes? Okay, now it worked. Oh, it's because I added it when the game was running. Okay, so then you can go up here. But then what? What's the point of that? You can go up there, but for what reason? Okay, so you're here. And then what though? You can glide from here. Maybe there's like a thing down here you can glide down to. Maybe a horizontally moving platform. Dragon's Trap had a cool intro where you fought the final boss of the last game. What the? It's like when you play a game and then your player is the last boss, which this is not exactly what you're talking about. But remember when in Pokemon Gold and Silver, when you climb that mountain and then you fight Red and you're like, what the? That's Red. That's the guy from Pokemon Red and Blue, I guess. Wow. And he had a Pikachu. That's cool. It was crazy. Alright, so then from here, from this room, what can I add here? What would I add? If I was a game designer, what would I add? You can then glide to this. Maybe you can glide up to here. There's like a little thing here. And then maybe you push a crate down. That crate falls down onto something. You could push maybe... This could maybe be like a crate with mushroom, actually. Crate with vertical mushroom on it. And then you push this down. And then you can then push this. Oh, and then what if there was like another crate? There's like a regular crate over here. You then push this thing over, and then you push a regular crate on top of this. Or maybe, oh, maybe you have two of these. Maybe you push one of these onto the other one. And then that allows you to go up. Maybe that's a thing that I could add. You could maybe you could perhaps consider such a thing. Okay, maybe there's like this. You get this crate, you push this thing down, and then you continue to push it to the right. And then you push it over here, and then there's another crate with mushroom that's over here. Welcome, Diego. And then there's spikes. There are spikes all along this wall. Wait, but then you could just get there from here, though. So wait, maybe. Wait, how would this make any sense? This doesn't make any sense, guys. Here, so you go here. You jump from here. You then glide to this one. You can push this one down. And then you push this over here. But then, I mean, you could just do this, right? You could just do that. The goal is that you can do this, right? That'll allow you to climb up this way. But then what? More spikes. I mean, I could have... Oh, okay, hold on. Here's something I could do. I could have walls here. Sorry, there's the wrong layer. I could have walls over here. And that prevents you from going up that way. Right? Maybe. It makes sense after you type make in the terminal. Then it makes sense. Oh, I see. Because like I know the program known as make. If you have a target known as make, and then it creates it makes the target. That's, you know, classic. What about CMake? What about other build systems? Huh? Has to be make. What about the other one? Pants build. I'm always typing make. Are you though? Okay, but then like with this one, can't you simply just jump from here to there? What if I lower this? I could lower this one. And then it would make it so the player cannot simply jump there. But then you could just jump from here, right? Is that not the case? If I simply had this here. Okay, we're also gonna move the player here. Just to simplify testing. Alright, so you go here, you push this thing down. So like the thing with this one here is that you could just do that. Right? I want the player to not be able to do that. how do I what if I could lower this again, maybe. I could lower this. And then you have this one here. No, you could what if I raise this? What if I simply raise that by 1? If I raise that, then the player cannot go there, right? But then you could just push this over. And then you could, oh, you could put spikes on it. That is true. Put spikes. Ceiling higher than spike higher. Could put spikes. No, but then I want the player to, hold on. How high do I go? If I push this on top of the other one, what is the vertical distance that we make? If you push this one here, and then you do this, up, you could die. That is a thing that can kill you. Alright, so that goes there. And then this one goes there. And then... okay, that goes up pretty high. I could have the spikes all along the wall. I think I could also add a wall over here. So that you can push this thing right up against the wall. Have I thought of soft locking the player? No. That is an evil thing to do. I would never do such a thing. They can also just press R to restart. Okay, what if I added spikes here? This looks like a dangerous world. It is. It is. Not everything is safe. Oh man, my voice. Not everything is good. There are some evils in the world. But notably, there are no enemies. It is only you versus the environment. Nothing is specifically out to kill you. You just happen to, you know, walk into spikes. Nothing's more evil than Wolfie. That's not true. There's many things. There's so many things that are in fact evil. And that's life. That is a life. Life itself is an evil. So true. Okay, so let's see. Is this good? Is this a good? So then you can push this one. And then that goes there. Oh, but then okay, I think that's too strict though. The timing on this is too strict. There's not enough margin of error. You don't want the game to be too precise. This is not a precision platformer. Right, that's too much. So maybe we don't have these spikes. Maybe these spikes are a bit too restrictive. But then if those are not there, then it's too easy. Welcome stream not all. What if it was actually stream no tall? You know, what if it's like you're not being tall? I don't know. What about having a small hole to push the crate into? You could widen the tube. That is true. That is true. That is so true, guys. That is in fact so true. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. Let's see, what about having a small hole to push the crate into? Wait, I think this works though. This maybe is valid. So you push this one down, you go here, and then you also go here. And now, okay, but then, okay, if you go too far, then you hit the wall. Then, okay, I could also do this. Not all, only man that read it like no tall is Cider Spider that plays Lalafels. Yeah, because they're short. I know the lore. I've never played Final Fantasy XIV, but I know they're short. Okay, we could move this one. Teflon coated walls. They have not invented Teflon in this world yet. Okay, so you push this down. You push this over here. And then you push this one. The actual title of this game is Final Fantasy XVII. Spoilers. Okay, so then I need to widen the wall again. Because that is too much. If you push a crate over the edge, can it land on the floor of the spikers? Land on the floor of the spikers? What does that mean? Or the spikes? Can it land on the floor of the spikes? Like here? Could it land here? Well, at the current setup, it cannot. Here, I could do this. I could move these spikes over here. Okay. There's currently no way to do that. Input 3 classic. That's a good emote. I can imagine it in my head. Alright, then you push this over here, and then now you can bounce up to the next area. Okay, so that's good. Pushing the top box before putting the other one down. Pushing the top box before pushing the other one. What? Like if I push this, if I did do it. Oh, you mean like if I push this one here? Oh wait, I didn't even consider that. I mean, yes, that does do the thing, but then that is the wrong thing, so they will not be able to do it. They can in fact do that. What if you did this? What if you had this? Does this cause it to push? I don't think it does. It does actually. Okay, so I guess either way would work. Alright, so that is something. Let's see though. What else can we add? This room is like not that hard though. Like getting this down there and getting this down there. There's no challenge there. There's gotta be like some kind of challenge there. Some sort of thing to challenge the player. I mean, we have this. This is not that challenging either. But you know, there's so much empty space over here. We gotta do something here. What if we had like a wall, and then you had to climb up here? There's like time spikes. Hey, but this room has no gliding though. there's no gliding involved here. Well, there is gliding if you want to get here, but then if I were to add a wall to add a challenge, there would be no gliding. There has to be a gliding focus challenge. Exploding. Can't be exploding. Alright, so we have this, right? This right here. You can move this one down here. Okay, what can we add to this area? Something to provide a little bit of challenge, but not too much. Just a slight thing for the player. So let's see. You can glide directly from here to there. You fall down. There's no reason. Okay, what if we added like this? So then you have to go down, right? Do I have a Goomba? No, there's no enemies in this game. There will never be enemies in this game. You could push it through the time spikes. It is possible. Maybe we could consider having this thing right there. Oh, there could be spikes on the floor, like over here. There could be spikes. But then, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell though, because like the crate is going to be obscuring the spikes. I think, anyway. Possibly. Is that true? Yeah, then you can't really tell. I feel like it's like it's kind of cheap. I mean, I could have it be over, but that would require some changes. What if we had, what are the other obstacles? We have mushrooms. We could add more mushrooms. We could add a, what? What do I add? Oh, what if I add, I could add like a crate over here so that you have to push this crate first. Otherwise, if you drop this thing before you push this crate, then it blocks you. I mean, that's not really a challenge, it's just like, it's just a thing. Do you have a moving enemy? There's no enemies. This game has no enemies. And there will never be enemies. I mean, the only thing close to that is like these platforms that could kill you. But they have no sentience. Okay, so then you push this thing over so it's not blocking you. And then, you know, there's really no purpose for these spikes. You could literally just, you could just glide directly from here. Well, okay, we have this crate here that you must push out of the way first. And then you do this one. Oh, but then if you do that, you gotta push it farther, because otherwise then you don't have enough space to push it. But then, I mean, this isn't really a challenge though, it's kind of just tedious, right? Every time you die, you have to like push this box back. There has to be some kind of challenge to it. Okay, what if this crate was actually something? What if this crate was something? Have you considered this? People love tedious video games. That is true. I mean, but that's its own genre though. Jump King, that's a tedious game. There's the Sisyphus game is pretty tedious. There's many others. Several other, even dozens of other games out there. Can the player pull? No, there's only pushing. You can make it have to fall onto a left-right platform, so they have to time pushing it down. Possible. You know, I guess we've only had one room where you've had to push a crate onto a moving platform. And it was this one. I guess we could. I think the issue with it being on a if you push it on a platform is that if it lands in such a way that you can't push it off. Wait, no, I guess there you would have to. Hold on. We have a okay, let's try it. Horizontal moving platform. Where is that platform? This one. Moving platform right here. That is not a moving platform. This one. if I had this one, and maybe you have to push it to the left, right? So your first instinct is to go push it this way, and then we could add like some obstacles here. But okay, for this one, maybe you gotta push it this way. Okay, and then now that it's there, then you gotta push it off. What happens if a moving platform smashes a box against a wall? It just aligns it. Like if I push this over slightly, it just does that. Which is good, actually. Okay, so maybe you push it onto this, and then once it's on that thing, then you can push it down. Oh, but then it gets stuck over there. Now, it depends on where you push it. So if you pushed it down there... Okay, hold on. This one, we could have... This could be a bunch of spikes. So that if you push it down here, you cannot retrieve it. So then you have to push it the other way. And then you push it onto this. And then we have spikes down here as well. Wait, that is the wrong layer. A trash compressor? No. I have not programmed that in, but at the moment, if the player gets pushed between a wall and a crate, the player dies. The crates themselves, they do not die. Okay, so this could be here. We could have, this. Like that. Alright, then you start this level. And that means you have to glide past these spikes. And then go here. And then push this one onto here. And then that gets pushed against this wall. And then you fall down, and then you gotta start pushing it there. Okay, and then you push it over. Okay, that's like, you know, that's slightly interesting. I think we could do something with this. And then you gotta go back. You gotta then go back over. And then push this. And then you do this jump. Okay, that is good. That is some variety of good, maybe. Because, you know, when you start off, you approach from the left. So your first instinct would be to do this, but then you can't do that. So then you must find your way over to the other side. And then maybe, you know, we could add... I guess this is enough of a challenge. Okay, but then from here, the player will try to jump over. I guess they can just do that. But what if I make it so that you can't do that? And then you have to push this one over to the left a little bit. So that you have to jump on this mushroom to go up there. And then you have to push it back. Oh, what if I did that, guys? What if I considered doing that? What if this was like over here? And then the spikes were actually here. And then I move this one here. Which means the player has to go around and push this one over. And then to make this one unreachable, I could simply do this. Do that. Do this. Alright, is that anything? You go here. You cannot go. I guess you can still go there. Okay, never mind. I would have to remove the bottom of this. Or I could just add spikes. I guess I could just add spikes. Let's just do that. We can in fact just add spikes. Okay, so then you can't just grab onto this from there. So you now have to go this way. You go over here. Do we have an unclimbable wall? Ah, yes. The walls are made unclimbable by having spikes on them. I don't have regular walls that are unclimbable. Okay, then they can't go up there, right? They can't approach from the other side. Wait, they can just do this though. wait a second. I could add spikes up there. Okay, that's the thing. You gotta have spikes up there so they can't just do that. You got these spikes right here. Okay. So then from this, yeah, spikes. That's the entire game. It's just spikes and crates and mushrooms. Okay, so then now they have to go. They have to go this way. Oops. Okay, that also kills you. That also is a thing that kills you. You go down here. You go up. You push this over. Oh, but then if you push it too far over, you can't push it back. So I guess I could just have spikes here. This will prevent you from pushing this crate this way, so you have to go this way. But this will give you enough room that you can still push this guy back. Right. So you go here. You go this way. You push this over. Now you can go up there. Now you can glide your way over to here. And then you push this one onto... Okay, that's why you had to time it. I feel like maybe I don't need this. This feels a bit unnecessary. Now that we have challenge with this stuff, maybe we don't need this. I could consider, or I could just remove... What's the point of this? I guess maybe I don't need these. Because it would be annoying to do all this and then have to do this again. So I could remove this. I could remove these. Alright, then you go this way and you do this thing. You go here, you jump up. And then you glide over. You push this one down, and then you can push it all the way here. And then you gotta go back up. You can glide your way over there, and then do this. Okay, I think that's good enough, right? Because then we also have this thing, which is not really that challenging. But then now this part looks so empty though. What do I put down here? I guess that was the point of having the moving platform. Hold on, what else could I put? We could have a... You could have this. No. You could have a... A what? I don't know. I guess I could just fill it in, right? Then it looks a little bit less empty. I think that's good. And then these don't need to be timed spikes. They could simply be just full-on regular spikes. Put an up-down moving platform for convenience. Would it be convenient though? No, it might be inconvenient. Because then it would block... It would then block this guy. Okay, let's play through this room from the beginning. So we start off from here. You go up. You climb this one. You go up here, you glide over, then you're like, oh, I can't, there's nothing I can do here, I gotta go down. And then you go here, and then you push this over, and then you die from the spikes. And you do this again. And then you do this, and then, oh, well, how did that happen? Whoops. Oh no. Alright, then you do this, and then this. No, no. Okay, maybe I don't need these spikes over there. I need the spikes directly above the mushroom to prevent the player from just jumping over. But I guess I don't need it exactly like right here. Because that is where the mushroom launches you to, possibly. Right over here, you do this one, you go over here, push it over. No. Do I think it's acceptable to put a level in a game that the devs were unable to pass while making it? I think it is unethical. The developers should at least be able to complete the level. Because that's how Mario Maker works, right? To submit a level in Mario Maker, you have to beat the level to prove that it's makeable. Oh, I guess the reason why I needed this was that we have space to push it. Okay. So I've, you know, this is why you test your levels. You can remove this. It could be like that. Average NES game made by people that are too good. They're too good. They're too professional at their game. Because they had nothing else to do. Literally, that's all they had to do. Did they finish beating every Mario Maker level? They did, actually. I think there was one that was remaining that they spent a lot of time trying to beat, and then they found out that it was actually tool assisted, and that the person that beat it used impossible inputs for a human. I don't know if they beat that one, but they determined that that one is not valid. Oh, I guess the reason why I don't want this overhang is that you need to be able to glide over there. So, okay, so we can remove... Okay, so that explains why this empty space was needed. It was simply to provide adequate room to glide over. But it looks so empty, though. It looks so empty. Well, I guess maybe it only looks empty now because I don't have decorations. Right, when I'm actually done with level design, I'm gonna add like trees and like grass, you know, so it'll look a little bit less empty. There will be things in the game. Yeah, background decorations. I don't have them yet, but they will be there at some point. Eventually. Okay, so I guess this room is done. We need to add a platform up here. So let's see, we can remove this spike. We can add a one-way platform that is right over here. And then we have a ladder. I want the ladder to extend slightly below as well. Whoops, that is the wrong layer. In case the player wants to go back down, we need it to extend slightly below. I wish I was a crate. Which crate do you wish you were? If you could be any crate, which one would it be? And why? Wait, hold on. With this one here, could you not simply just do this? I've ruined my level. Why did I do that? You can in fact just do this, which is not my intent. I need something to prevent the player from doing this. How would I do that exactly? Good question. I don't know. I just don't know. Mushroom crate. Mushroom crate. Welcome, Hoppy Hollow. Oh, actually, when I was outside yesterday, there was a group of kids on the playground, and they said chicken jockey, and I was like, "This is real. This is real life right here." They were chasing each other around. One of them was like chicken jockey, and I was like, "Oh, that's the thing from the movie. I understand that reference. I know chicken jockey." That's a classic. Okay, but how do I prevent the player from doing this? I want them to not be able to just get up there. Like, this is so easily doable. This is too easy to do. You could just do that. I need them to have to push the thing down first. I guess also you could just do this. With the ladder being there, you could just do this. Or is it only because this platform is too low? Is that the thing? If I had the platform be at the very top, maybe it's not makeable. I could also lower this platform by 1. So if I have this here, and then I were to remove the ladder from here, I think that would not be makeable, ideally. Welcome, Handflow. Hope you had a good birthday yesterday. Okay, so you can, I think, still make this though. You can, is that makeable? I think that is still makeable. Yeah, you can still make that. Okay, so I need to lower this platform. It was good. That's goated. That's actually goated though. The goat of all time. Okay, we can move the obstacle over here, right over there, and then move the hazard over. And then I think this should then be impossible. You cannot possibly go up there with this. No, you can still go up there. You can still go up there. I could lower the entire thing, maybe. What if I lower this entire area by 2 and then move this down here, and then have this be here, and then this obstacle is now down here. That should not be makeable. That should literally be impossible. Okay, yes, that is in fact impossible, which is good. That is actually totally good. And then we have to make sure that if you push this one over here, okay, so you can still make that. That's good. And then this goes down, which is good. And then that goes over there. And then you do this. Okay, so that is good. That's totally good, right? Now, can I make this platform lower now? Hold on. How high can you go if you go from here? You go up to there. Okay, so I think, yeah, I could lower this platform just slightly. Maybe by 1. Maybe by 1. And then the ladder itself. Actually, I guess I don't need the ladder extending downward. If I just have an opening here, it's like let's go over here. The player can drop down if they want to. And then I can move this ladder over here. Now you're thinking. Is this good? Is this fine? Yeah, the player cannot go up there. It is simply unmakeable unless there's some kind of speed running trick. Okay, you can maybe make that, but it is pretty close. It's like frame perfect. And then every time you fail that, you have to like try again. So I imagine only the best speedrunners can do this. Okay, I just did it. I've just done it. But you know, I could leave that in there just as a possibility. You know, it is pretty close though. Me leaving something in specifically for speedrunners. Oh, this is a frame perfect trick. We call this Wolfie skip because Wolfie discovered it. He actually put it in the game, but he also discovered it. Is it really that easy? Surely it's not that easy. If I can get it many times in a row. Okay, what if I just add another spike? Simply just have another spike on there. Bam. And now it's not makeable. Then you have to go to this one, which is much harder to make. There's definitely no possible way to go over there. Unless you were me. Unless you were goated, actually. Okay, so let's add another spike. Okay, now it should be impossible. Now it should be impossible. Alright, so that's good. And then okay, well, let's play through this just to check whether you can in fact go up there. Yeah, take notes. Speedrunners, take notes. I'm giving all the advice. Okay, then you push this over. This is all the level solutions right here. Go over here, you push this one over. And then you do this. Okay, but then that's not even, then you can't even make that with this mushroom though. Oh, no, you can. But that, I feel like that was unintentional. Can you add Lakitu skip? No. That was outlawed. It was banned by the government. Don't you know that Lakitu skip is actually a jailable offense? Can't believe this guy. Suggesting impossible methods. Wait, but I feel like this is a bit too... what's the word for it? It's a bit too specific. You have to like land on the mushroom exactly to make that, which is not ideal. You got Wolfie's trick. This entire game is Wolfie's trick, actually. He's always tricking people. Welcome, random Asian guy. A guy who has never left any message besides the emotes in several years of me streaming. Name leaked, what? Where? John Game Dev, John. That guy's a random, it's that random Asian guy. And the MIPS clip that only works if you play the game on a MIPS CPU. Oh, that MIPS. Classic MIPS out there. I feel like this is a bit non-obvious though. Like, it really depends on how you land on the mushroom. And like the player might not know that they would have to like stay on here for several jumps to make it. But then if I lower it, then it's too easy for the player to just go from this mushroom from here. There's gotta be some way to make this better, but how? Classic. How would I improve this to make it less... Oh, what if I had like a platform? What if this... Oh guys, what if it was actually this? Now you're thinking, and then this thing lands on that thing. 3 mushroom crays, that's too many. That's cray. That's actually cray though. Okay, maybe this works, right? Perhaps. Right, then that crate might land on this one, providing you an opportunity to go. Okay, that's 2 is not high enough. That is in fact not high enough. Or sorry, it's not low enough. Okay, so then what if this one was here? Is that good enough? that good enough for you? I'm also gonna drink water very soon. You know, I'm gonna drink water right now, actually. Literally right now. All right, I've done it. Okay, so now what? Now you do, oh, but then now it's kind of like, it's a little bit hard to make this way, right? Because now that this is here, actually no, it's fine. I thought it was kind of tricky. It was actually not tricky. It's actually quite easy. Okay, then you push this one this way. And then you go here. And then you go back. And then you do this. And then this, surely this is enough. Okay, that's good. And then look at this. Whoa, that's actually not even high enough. Okay, never mind. What if this was like, what if this was one higher? Could this make it? Is this enough if it was one higher? This one-way platform right here. And to simplify my testing, I'm simply going to just add another one down here, so I don't have to push it every time. All right, so we have what is it? Moving platform, mushroom with crate with mushroom. If I had this one right here. Is this enough? Okay, wait, that is enough. Okay. And then, okay, so that's good then. That is in fact good. It is actually perfect and it works nicely. Okay, now we can remove this extra one we added here. I think to make this less empty, I could add a little platform like here. Right, because you can push this down and you can still have room to push this. Oh no, you can't do that. Because then you push it down here, then there's like there's no way to push it further. Alright, so I don't have that. I will simply not have that then. What if it was like this? But then like what's the point of this then? What if I just did this? What if it was like this to make it slightly more interesting? No, because then you push it down. Then there's not enough room to push it. Alright, so this is fun. This room is now done. Good job, everyone. So we have this here. We have another one of these. We have the one-way platform up here. And then we add the next room. Been streaming for 2 hours now and I've added 2 rooms, so that's, you know, 1 room per hour. It's going. It is in fact happening as we speak. All right, so the next room, what can I add to this room? Good question. Good question. I will have to think about it. We have the player is right here. All right, so something that requires gliding, maybe another crate pushing, or maybe what if this one just had no crate pushing? We've had 2 rooms in a row with crate pushing, 3 rooms in a row. Maybe this one will be pure platforming. It'll just be spikes and falling platforms. Any fans of falling platforms? What's everyone's favorite falling platform? If you had to name a falling platform, which one would you name? The first one I think of is the one from Super Mario Bros. That is one that exists. And I am in fact aware of it. And I think it's a pretty cool one. I think it's a good time, actually. Alright, obstacles. Donut platforms in Mario 3. Mario Bros. 3. Oh, the ones that are circular and then they're like flat on the top? Yeah, I know those. Falling platform. That is a classic. And they shake as well, right? I specifically typed Mario Bros. 3. Excuse me, Google. None of this looks like 3 to me. This one is 3. That's not, this doesn't have it though. What has happened to Google search? It used to be so good. Oh, this is not even Google. This is DuckDuckGo. Mario Bros. 3 Falling Platform. This is not it. This is not it, guys. These is Yoshi's Island. This is Yoshi's Island. But it's the same kind. It's literally the same thing. Anyway, the one that I think of are these. The ones that look like that. These ones. Classic. That's actually partially what I themed mine on. You'll notice that my falling platforms actually have holes on them. And that was partially because of this. I didn't have holes on the entire thing, but you know, most of it, and by most of it I just mean 2 parts of it. But that's like almost half. That's like almost half of it. Okay, so this room though. This room right here. How do I make gliding a challenge? What if you climb up and then you had to glide to this side and then you fall down? No. What if you glide across a pit and then there were like obstacles? What if there was a one of these moving platform spikes, but they moved vertically? I don't have that. I could add a new entity to the game. Moving platform spikes vertical, but first before I do this, let me commit my code. Gotta be adding code to things, you know? Add 2 gliding levels. Alright, so that's there. Moving platform with spikes, but vertical. Is that worth adding? Is that a thing that I should add? Does that provide any sort of challenge? I think so. Okay, moving platform spikes. Let's make a new scene. A new scene that is a moving platform spikes vertical. And then it's there. And then we put this one in here. And we set the target velocity to instead be in the X direction. It should be in the Y direction. And then we gotta change the transform. The transform must be set at 0. It is that simple. And then you gotta make sure you add the reset child thing so that it resets. And that's all it takes. It is actually that simple. It is so easy to add vertically moving platforms. Where is the world right now? There it is. It's right over here. I should close some tabs. There's too many. Close all tabs even. And then reopen world. All right, so now that we have the thing, moving platform spikes vertical, go to tile set, you move this in there, and then you can add it to the scene. It's so simple. It is that shrimple though. And then you test it. Welcome back, pork foo. Okay, but this isn't that challenging though, is it? What if I had multiple of them? Maybe it's not challenging because I only have one. If I instead had like 3 of them, or 2 of them maybe? Let's have 2 of these. Two of these. There. Okay, this provides some kind of challenge, maybe. Yeah, 2. Actually, this is not challenging at all. What if I had 3 of them? Surely if I had 3 of them, that would be something, right? What if I just lessened the distance? What if it was like that? No, it's still really easy. How do I make this better? Okay, what if I move this up 1 more? What if this one was actually here? Is that anything? Is this anything? Okay, this is slightly more challenging. Not by much though. I mean, okay, it is something. You can't just glide. Like if you don't wait, you can't just glide directly over. What if we had 3 of them? What if instead of being 2, there were 3? That's how you add challenge, is to have 3 things. Wait, this one is there. And then you have one that's like over here. And then what? That's it. Okay, I think this is good. And then you have the difficulty of possibly being crushed by one if you wait too long. I think we got something. Look at this. You climb this, you go over here. Then you got then you gotta glide. If you try to climb over it, you will simply die. Right? So you could then fall. You gotta fall and glide. You gotta fall and glide, guys. Or you could wait long enough to perfectly align them. But I think this is good. Instead of always jumping and gliding, sometimes you gotta fall and glide. And then you just add spikes everywhere. Right there. Okay. And then what though? You may be wondering, then what? What else could you even do here? And then you climb up. You simply climb upward. And there could be spikes. So you gotta do the zigzag diagonal thing. And then there's gotta be spikes over here as well. And here. And then what? And then what? Good question. Good question, Wolfie. The answer to that is to be determined. We will have to decide the challenges that we face in life, in our day-to-day life. We could add some spikes. Have you considered maybe adding the spikes? What if it was like this? Welcome, Frosty Klondike. I think this could be a good room. You go here, and then you gotta go under. And then you go here, and then you do this, and then you do this, and then... Okay, but okay, what if we did the same thing from here, but with the side to side? We could have side to side moving platform with spikes. No, because I feel like after this point, it's like too easy. And like this one wasn't even that challenging. Also, maybe I should align these differently. And I start off, you jump over. You always gotta wait for this one in the beginning, which is a bit annoying. I would like to time it so that you don't have to wait that long. But then if I move them, I might mess everything up. The timing of everything might be messed up. Spikes add to the ambience. The ambiance, perhaps. Some might say the ambiance. But if I move this down by 2, and then this one... No, that's gonna mess up. That's gonna mess up the entire timing. What if this one... Everything moves up by 1. No, but then it gets stuck on the wall. You can't have that. Can't be doing that though. What if this one was actually here? Ambiance. Ambiance. Isn't that the singer? Beyonce. What about Beyonce B? What about Beyonce? Okay, now you can make this though. You can then make this jump. Okay, that is the tech. Look at that. It's almost frame perfect. You can, if you start off this immediately, you can then go here. You can then fall. Oh, look at that. Oh man, Beyonce. What is that? Okay, that's good. That, I think that is good. That is a good thing. Speedrun tech. You can just do it. Possibly. Okay, you go down. Okay, that's doable. But then if you didn't speedrun it and you waited, oh, but then you can just do that. That is so easy though. Well, whatever, it's fine. All right, and then the rest of the level. This is too easy though. This part is too simple. I gotta add something slightly harder than this. But what though? Well, what could there be? There's nothing. There's nothing you could do here. I could have a vertically moving one up here as well. Let's have a moving spike vertical up here. And then... Oh, and then what if I had one of these? So then you can't just jump from here to here. You must jump from here, and then fall down, and then go back. That's something you could consider. What the heck? Okay. And no, that's a bit too close. What if this was up against the wall like this? Or like this? You have to grab onto this one. And you have to jump immediately. Because if you don't jump immediately, then it's gonna fall down. And then you can't make it. What if I did this? What if it was like this? Have you considered it could be like this instead? Wait. Oh no. No, That's too much. That's too challenging. Gamers can never do this. Trying to assign invalid previously freed instance. So true. Godot, you are so true for this. Well, that's for true. Okay, now you can do that jump. But that wasn't even challenging, though. It's not even a challenge. Is it, though? Is it even challenging? Okay, I feel like that, maybe that's fine. This one right there is fine. Okay, I see. The challenge of this is that you have to be above, because if you're below, you can't really, well, I guess you can still make that jump. Hold on, let's check it out. So you do this, right? And then if you were here, I guess you could still make that, but it is pretty tight. If you had to go vertically, however, is there enough headroom to make that? There is, okay. I think that's an adequate challenge for this room. And then if you wanted to go back across, though, now that's the tricky part, is if you make it and then you want to go back, it is quite tricky. Is it though? Is it quite tricky? Is it in fact a Wolfie's trick? Oh, there's the pro trick for you right there. You can actually drop down from here. You don't need to go on top of those platforms at all. I've done it. I've discovered the speedrun strats. Alright, let's add some more checkpoints up here. No, that's progress. You can add spikes. Could add some spikes, perhaps. There. It's good. It's totally good. It's actually totally fine. It's not fine. It's actually okay. This is good. And then you do this, and then you do this. And then you do this. No, no. Okay, maybe it's a bit trickier than I thought. You know, it requires a little bit of skill, you know, this game. Oh, you could also do that. Okay, there's several ways to do it. Now, if I wanted to design it in such a way that the player can go back, I could just make an opening here. This could be a thing here that has, like, I could add a wall. Let's add this wall. Let's remove this one-way platform. And then this one right here. It could be a one-way platform with a ladder. But then that ladder specifically is just, it just goes down to here. And then you have spikes on the other side. And a spike over here. And there. And also here. That's good enough. Okay, so you cannot make that. Presumably you cannot make that. You could try really hard to make it, but you can't. You simply cannot jump by it. Alright, how's everyone's Friday going? You all having a good day today? Good holiday in Europe for some people. A day to be celebrated for labor. May Day, perhaps even. The day of May. The day that is in fact May, the month. The 5th month of the year, perhaps. Depending on your calendar system, it might not be the 5th month. It could be a totally different month if you wanted. But for many people, it is the 5th month. And now I will add another room. Another room with which to challenge the player. Did I welcome you, Carabelle? I do not remember. Streamer not even remembering things. No, you are not here. Okay, welcome. You are now here, and now I welcome you. Alright, so then this next room. What challenge will I add to this room? You're watching this stream right now and thinking, what sorts of challenges is Wolfie gonna add this time? I just arrived. I know. I checked. I actually clicked on your username and checked your messages to confirm, because I was like, I don't think he's been here today, and then I was correct. All right, so in this room, what do I do in this room? What can I possibly do that has not already been done? What about what about this? What if I had this? Oh, okay, I don't want that. That is not a thing that I want to have in the game. What if it was just a bunch of falling platforms? And you have to go... Isn't that kind of cool though? Like, whoa, look at this. Oh, maybe it makes like a platform on the bottom, and then you gotta like... You can then like traverse a path safely or something, maybe? I don't know. Some kind of thing. You could do a little dance if you want. Wow, look at that dance. Isn't this the Blue Archive dance? What's that lady's name? Is there a dance that's like this? I don't know. I don't know Blue Archive. Dancing. Caramel dancing. Alright. What can I do with this now? What can I possibly do? If you were designing a level, how would you design it? Mushroom, perhaps. What if we had some mushroom? What if there was a... What if you had to not trigger the falling platform? Because if you did, it would crush the mushroom. This would make it so that you can no longer activate the mushroom. And so you have to be careful. You have to be careful to avoid triggering that. How slow can you glide? You can glide so slowly. That is the extent of the slowness. You should make a room where you have to glide from start and end entirely, avoiding spikes like going left to right. Yeah, I did consider that, but I feel like... I mean, maybe I could consider it. You can tell that I had a similar idea for this room. I mean, this room is going down to up, so maybe we have an up to down room. I could try it. I could consider seeing if this is possible. It would have to be so precise though. So let's see, we have this here. We have this here. And then, wait, don't I have a room that's like that? Hold on. It's not non-stop gliding though. I think that's the difference. Yeah, no, this is going from bottom to top. Okay, so if this one specifically, is this makeable? Because I feel like it might be a bit too close. Like you don't have enough vertical movement after some time. Like the vertical movement starts off very slow, so it's like, and then it ramps up. But I think once it starts ramping up, you cannot move that far. Unless I made this like shorter. I could make this like this, maybe. That's possible. Like this, I could... No, it feels a bit too close. Or maybe... perhaps like this and like that. So you can go here and then what? What if you go here and then you do and then once before you hit the bottom, then you do this. But that is maybe too precise. And then you can do this, and then you go that one. Or if you just wanted to do this, I guess I could do that. That's possible. I think that's not too hard. Just have spikes everywhere. But actually, maybe it is too hard. Maybe the spikes are too precise. Alright, let's see what this looks like. If you glide it from here. Okay, that's actually not so bad. That is totally doable. Now, it does make it impossible to go back, though. Unless I had something like up here. I could have a crate you can push. And if you push that crate, then you can go back. Sure. A one-way path for the current to go through, or whatever, however that goes. It's possible. I hate that that song ends with freaking noise. Why would they add that? It's lo-fi. Why have a sharp, loud noise at the end of a song? Okay, you could simply have a crate here. Crates confirmed. Game design. And then you're like, oh, what do I do here? I can't even go that way. You just right, you can't. You in fact cannot go that way. You must go this way. And then on the way back, you can then go this way. And then you have a way. And then maybe I could use this for something. Maybe maybe there's a thing I could add. Can't you glide over the crate? You cannot. There's a ceiling above you. You cannot do it. Alright, so this is makeable. And then you go up and then you try to do this and then you can totally make that. And then you have this. And then you push the crate down if you want to go back. But then what if you don't want to go back? What can I do with this? Nothing. That's right. Nothing. Literally nothing. Alright, so what will the rest of this level look like though? You can go here, you glide left and right. And then you land here. And then maybe you climb up and then you glide over something. What is the player character made of so it makes them glide so well? You'll see. We'll see. It's lore relevant. The character right now is simply placeholder. But once I add the graphics, it'll be like, oh, that makes so much sense. Makes so much logical sense. This game has lore. It does have lore. There's so much lore. The fact that there's no enemies is also lore relevant. The fact that it's a clover is lore relevant. The fact that the power-ups are the way they are is lore relevant. I planned everything. Everything is here for a reason. Even the mushrooms are lore relevant. The crates though, the crates are just there. The crates have no lore relevance, they just happen to be there. Yeah, sure. You can't be, it's, cannot confirm nor deny. Lores that candy gives people superpowers, so true. I cannot believe that candy is so powerful. Is that when you consume a cake, it gives you wall climbing abilities? Alright, so the rest of this room, what challenges will I add for the rest of this room? Climbing. So maybe you climb up here. You climb up to this. And then there's like a little, another thing. Maybe like another thing. So this one could be full of spikes. So you have to climb up on this wall. And then we could have spikes here. We have obstacles, sorry, hazards. Left. There. This is going to be a free game. A free game that I will upload on itch.io for all to play. Okay, then you go here, and then you climb up, and then you jump and you glide, and then you go left and then right. That's got to be it. That has to be the strat here. Simply repeat the same challenge throughout the entire room. This one is themed around the zigzag. You're zigging and also zagging. Free open source. See, at first I was like, I might open source this, but then right after I mentioned that on stream, I got recommended a video that was like, someone who made a game for a game jam, someone like stole their game and then they started like charging for it because, you know, it was open source and then they just do whatever they want with it. And I'm like, maybe I don't want to open source it because someone could very, very easily just like, you know, they take this, they sell it, and it's like, what the, then I have to dispute it. I don't know. A lot of things to consider. I imagine if this was a game that I spent less time on, I would be more okay with it. You know, there's so much setup here. Unfortunately, you know, with game dev, people will steal things and sell it. They'll update things, they'll make it slightly different, charge money for it. It was actually one of the games that we played for a game jam. That game that was like Papers, Please, except you were like identifying babies. Someone like took that game and they put it on like iPhone and they sold it. And then it became like a trending game on iOS for some amount of time. And then the developer had to be like, oh, that's my game. Apple, can you take it down? And Apple was like, we found no evidence of copyright theft. And then they're like, okay, I don't know what to do now. And they had to do a bunch of stuff, and it was bad. Anyway, that's it. Okay, what about this? You go here, you go this way, you climb up, you glide over here. And then what? There could be spikes here. Maybe I don't put spikes down there. No, I should make this one. There should be more of a gap. There should be more things. I would just accept defeat, but there's so much, they're making so much money. Maybe. I assume they're making a lot of money. I don't actually know. Alright, I think this is maybe good. Possibly. You could try adding some spikes. And some more spikes. Oop. Okay, glide over here. You glide over here. You glide. Okay, look at that. It works perfectly, guys. It literally works perfectly. Now we need a way to prevent the player from going here. And how best to do that? Good question. You gotta have a crate. A crate as a locking mechanism to prevent players from going that way. Nice. Okay. So that works, and then you do this. Bam. That's cool. And then if you want to go back, you could just do this. You could simply just do this. A diode. What the? Diode. Isn't that the Azumanga thing? Azumanga diode. Has someone made that joke before? I feel like I'm sure I can't be the first person to make them. Isn't that the guy from JoJo? No, they're thinking of Dio. Welcome, Carp. Azumanga diode. I'm gonna hold on. Surely I can't be the first one. You don't even know? Okay, yeah, someone else has thought of it. I was like, there's no way that I'm the first person. Azumanga diode is the sequel. Ain't no way. Yeah, someone else has thought of it. Good, because there's... Wait, what? It's definitely right there. It's good. I would be so surprised. Okay, so I guess this room is done, maybe. Whoops. You go up here, you go this way. You could simply do this. That is a possibility. Do you feel like maybe this is a bit too close? Like, I can do it, but like, you know, because I made this game. I know all the movement tech. Maybe someone else, you know, is not able to do it. Maybe they grab onto this wall and they can't do it. I could just like remove this spike. I think that would make it a bit more doable. Dio. That's the guy. It's the JoJo guy. Dio? Oh wait, but you could just do... Wait. No, I guess that's fine. It's actually perfectly acceptable. Cromulent even. Alright, you do this, and then you do this. Okay, that's good. That's good. And then maybe you climb up. Maybe you climb up from here. There could be like a wall. Well, guys, a wall in this game? That's crazy. They've never added walls in this game. Okay, and then there could be spikes. Whoa, what the spikes? Who would have thought? Who would have thought there'd be spikes in this game? I refer to the crate as a reverse polarized diode because you can only come from it, not to it, until you move it. Yeah, I know. I know diodes. That's classic electrical engineering, which I majored in, but I don't remember any of it. What about transistors? What about MOSFETs and BJTs? BJTs, isn't that the Super Mario jump when you go through the stairs? No, then you're thinking of something else. That's a BLJ. It's totally different. Isn't that the same with? No, you're thinking of the Pride thing. Talk about transistors. True. So true. Yeah, LG TV. That's the home shopping network. Teaching the preacher. The preacher, isn't that the... What is the creature? I'm trying to make like a joke about the creature. I can't think of a creature. Preacher, isn't that the thing? Personnel, Myers-Briggs? Is there another one? LG TV? Preacher? Preacher, I hardly even am aware. I don't know. Where is this going? Where is this bit even going, though? Alright, so this looks good. This is nice. Counselor, I don't even know her. Okay, so that is that room. This room is now done. We can add a floor. A one-way platform floor. The boxes are there to prevent you from going to the right. But if you want to go back to the previous room, the boxes give you a way to go back. Simply, because you can't push them from this way, but you can push them from the right. They're a diode. Literally a diode. What the what the heck? There is backtracking. There's limited backtracking. I just want to make it possible for a player to go back. I don't think they would need to specifically, but maybe they're like, oh, what the, I missed something. I can go back. The map has some areas where it loops back around. Diodes, tell me about your favorite forward voltage. 5. I like 5. You start off here, you unlock different abilities, and then you eventually find yourself back at a place you've been to, but now you can climb over things, right? So you come up to this area earlier in the game, and you have to go to the right. But later on, you get the gliding ability from up here. You come back to this room, and then you can glide across, and you can now go to this room. How is the job market for EE? I don't do EE. I do software development, which is much easier and pays a lot better. It's kind of messed up how that's a thing. Electrical engineering is so hard, and yet software development is so easy and pays much better. I have an EE degree and never worked as an EE. Exactly. Me too. The map has, isn't that the guy who made game theories? Did I say, oh, the map has? That's the guy, isn't that the guy who gave Undertale to the Pope? Who passed away, by the way. Well, what a coincidence. Gives Undertale to the Pope, and then the Pope passes away. Wow, kind of suspicious. Undertale killed the Pope? No, that was J.D. Vance. Classic. He was the last person to visit him. Kinda sus. Okay, one-way platform. We got this guy, we got a ladder. The ladder's right here. JD Sands. JD Power and Associates. Is that the most specific joke? JD Power and Associates. Does anyone remember those? What even is JD Power and Associates? They do like car insurance or something? It's a global marketing information services company. Car reliability, is that what they do? Car reviews, ratings, and awards. JD Power and Associates. What the heck is this? Chad, is this real? Why would they do that? Why did they do that, guys? Alright, this may be the last room we designed today, because I think after this, we've got everything set up for the end of the game. They're like, this car is 1 year old, which is super reliable. I see. Do they talk about the car mileage? Gas mileage? Your mileage may vary. What if instead of mileage, it was smileage? Because it makes you smile. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be so cool, guys? I had a thought the other day. It was very warm outside, and I was like, what if, guys, what if instead of being warm, it was worm? Really makes you think. Well, this says a lot about society. That's why Mazdas make their grills smile shaped. I don't even know cars, though. I don't know anything about cars. I don't even know how to drive. Guy doesn't even know driving. Alright, what are some challenges I can add to this room? What is a challenge for this room? What if there was just a big square? And that's the entire room. You enter this room and you're like, what is this? Am I missing something here? And then the player thinks there's like some kind of secret. Like, oh, does this game have hidden rooms? Maybe there's like a hidden room in here. And they check the sides and it's not there. And then, oh, what if there's something from below? And they jump and there's nothing. And they're like, what does this mean? And then people make lore videos. They're like, what is the meaning of this this weird cube? It's not a cube. What is this? Rectangular prism. What is this weird floating thing? What does it mean, lore-wise? Welcome, SAS RR. You can do a lot with an EE degree. Yeah, I would not know, though. Coworker got you a rice cooker. What if you didn't want it, though? What if you were like, well, I already have like 5 of them. People always give me rice cookers, and I don't want them. Why would they give me a 5th one? I can't believe this. Alright, okay, what do I do in this room? What do I even do here, man? Kid named Rice. Rice cooker. Rice. Condoleezza Rice. Remember her? She existed. Or I guess she still exists. I don't know. Is she doing alright? I don't know. I get fascinated how complex numbers just pop up when dealing with frequency dependent resistance. So true. So true. That is a thing that exists. Do you remember Shannon theory? What's that? Shannon what's that thing called? Sampling theory. Shannon Nyquist frequency. I'm just gonna name EE terms. Nyquist frequency, guys who can relate. Shannon and Nyquist. Nyquist, isn't that the medication that you eat, that you drink when you want to when you are sick and it makes you sleepy? Guys. Y'all remember Dirac Delta? Dirac Delta? That's a thing, right? Yeah, I know. I at some point knew what this was. What is it? It's just like it's an impulse of some kind. Dwayne the Rock, so true. Dwayne the Rock Delta. Bochi the Rock. Bochi the Rock. Did someone come up with this? Bochi the Rock. No, I mean Bochi the Rock. The strangest man. That's Bochi. Research Alisa N. Bokulich. Why does this come up? The strangest man? Was Bochi mentioned? Meet the Duroc team. A Lich. The Lich King. World of Warcraft reference. I chug a bottle of Nyquist every time I listen to my 44.1 kilohertz CDs. Yeah, CDs got him. He fell for it. Can't believe he fell for this. Can you put 96 kilohertz 32-bit audio files in your game and make the file size unnecessarily large for no benefit? I don't think I will. I feel like there's no need to do that. But you could. You could make a game and then you can put whatever audio you want in it. Alright, what do I do here? What can I add? Crates, maybe? Spikes? Definitely spikes. Imagine not having spikes in this game. Cringe. Okay, let's see. What are some other EE terms? Just start naming some terms. EE terms. Terms and conditions. Electrical terms and their definitions. Inductors S2 symbol. It needs to be something vague. I mean, these are so simple. Phaser. Bandwidth. BJT. I said this one already. Bodhi plots. Remember those? Bodhi plots. Oh man, I remember those. The heck is a bus bar? Capacitor. Phaser. Coaxial cable. Complex number. What are some sampling theory? Theory, terminology. Shannon Nyquist. Selected sampling terms. What is the most obscure one that I would understand? This isn't, wait, this isn't electrical engineering, is it? This is, what is this? This is like probability. It's a different thing. Linear distributions. Earthing. Electricity. Oh yeah, these FETs. Flipped digital logic design. Digital logic. Gauss's law. The right hand rule. Remember that one? Remember good old Joule? That's a thing that exists. Yeah, everything is probability. Kirchhoff's laws. I remember this guy. KVL. Oh my god. KVL. Kirchhoff's voltage law. MOSFET. Nanotechnology. Did you have the class where you have to make a CPU on an FPGA? I never did. Whatever course that was. I've never learned about FPGAs. Don't remember how it works, but the name is cool. Yeah, flip-flops, it does something. Ohm's law. Phase lock loop. A tier list? Can someone do a tier list of this? Just rate all 500 of these. Voltage. Oh yeah, Zigbee, that was a thing. Anyone remember Zigbee? Zigbee, isn't that the regular show? What's just I don't know anything about the regular show. Wasn't that the guy from the regular show? Moore's law. More like less law. CPU architecture is very interesting topic, and half the time anyone asked the professor questions, his answer was to go to grad school for that. Anyone been to grad school? Cole's law, that's a good one. Cole's law. What was he doing, man? Cole. I'm gonna drink water right now. Alright. I have hydrated. You did. I got a master's in EE. Where I wrote Android apps. Wow. Do you think it was worth it? Remember Jelly Bean? Android? I sure do. Remember Honeycomb? Remember the good old days. The Android. Welcome, Bon. Walfa. That's me. Hey, that's me. I wrote a few Android apps in EE undergrad for some reason. Man, I did no such thing. What did I even do in school? We had like a project where we had something. Yo, it's Amd. That's the cat guy. Welcome. Amd 995. Bug. That's the bug guy. Welcome Altscott. Welcome Dishwan. Welcome Amd. You're streaming Baldur's Gate 3. That is in fact a game that I'm aware of and actually don't know anything about it. But I hope you had a good stream. We're talking about CPU. Yeah, we're talking about nerdy stuff. We have a lot of electrical engineers in the chat. And we're all like, yeah, remember MOSFETs? Remember Shannon Nyquist theory or whatever? And everyone was like, so true, Wolfie. Everyone understands. And here's Amd. I'm out. No, you gotta stay. You gotta stay. You can't leave. You don't have to stay. You can leave if you want. I'm also aware of it. Despite playing for about 20 hours, I know nothing about it. Baldur's Gate, is there a bald guy in that game? Anyway, Raiders, I'm sure you know games. I'm making a game right now, actually. This game features gliding and also sugar. Wow, what a coincidence. Everyone here knows what that is. Is that there's a game with placeholder graphics and you collect power-ups, and then at some point you can glide, you can climb walls, you gotta avoid spikes. Many things to consider. Making a game, that's me. Making a game right now. I know what sugar is. I also know. Yeah, Altscop is gonna speedrun it. Are there random yes fill in? There is. I could add one. I do have text for when you get the power-ups. There is some text which is currently placeholder, but I could adjust it. What if I walk through the entire game? This game is pretty big right now, though. You start off, you can't jump. You get the candy. The candy gives you enough sugar that you can then start jumping. And then once you can jump, you go this way. Yeah, the game is pretty big. I was planning on this to just be like 10 minutes. I don't actually know how long it is right now. I have not played through the entire game in like a while. This could be like at least half an hour of content. And then you go through this way. At some point you get the ability to climb or to grab onto ledges. When can you glide? This is after you get the sugar. You get the cake. The cake lets you climb walls. And then you go this way. And then at some point you get the sugar. And then this is the part of the game that I'm designing right now. I'm trying to think of like, this is actually the last room that I'm adding in the game. I think after this one, I'll be done with level design. But I'm like trying to think of challenges that involve gliding. I don't know. I could also just play through the entire game today because I have not done that in a while. I have no sense of like how long the game actually is. Flappy Bird challenge. I mean, maybe. The timer. No, but I need to add this last room first. Once I add this room, I think all the rooms are gonna be there. Okay, we don't have this, but that's like optional stuff for later. Alright, what do I do for this room though? I can give you some context for some obstacles that we have. We have spike platforms. We have crates that you can push. I forgot how to solve this one already. Okay, you have to go time your jumps. We have crates that have mushrooms on them. There's a lot of mushrooms. This one, it goes this way, and then you push this way, and then you can use this one to push the other one. There's a thing that gliders do, circling around mountains to gain altitude with the wind. Yeah, I did have wind on my list of ideas, but I feel like I'm so far into the game now that if I added another new mechanic, it would only be used for one room. And I mean, I could maybe still do it, but I don't know. Anyway, you can push things around, and then you can push the crate, and then the crate can trigger platforms to fall, and then you can proceed. And then you go to the next room. You can grab onto ledges. Wind needs to be handled carefully. It can be both fun and infuriating, right? So true. You guys remember like in the Wind Waker where you had to change the wind direction every so often? Yeah, it was very annoying. Which apparently they fixed that in the Wii U version, but I've not played that. Anyway, this puzzle requires you to push crates that have mushrooms on them. And then you can push the crate with the mushroom onto another crate with the mushroom. Also welcome props on Jack. No wind, only gravity. So true. Wind reminds me of Zelda, the latest ones. Tears of the Kingdom, perhaps. Alright, I'm trying to think, what can I add to this room? What am I gonna add? I don't even know. Something that's not wind. Because I do not want to be introducing a new mechanic this late in the game. I'm like so ready to be done with level design. This has gone on for so long now. Ice, I did consider adding that. Moving platform full of spikes. I do have some moving platforms that have spikes on them, but not on all sides, only some sides. I put in a lot of effort. I did. Way more than I was intending to. Bullet hell? No. Also, there's no enemies in this game. The very important part of this game, there's no enemies. Ice, just frost. I do have, I think there was that one time where I tested like changing the friction on the boxes. You push the box and it moves, and that's cool. I mean, it moves normally, but it moves a lot more. Logic gates, no. It's too much. It's way too much effort. What if there was a okay, what if you glide to this platform, and then on that platform there is a crate. Welcome, Beach Chabon. Hope your Friday is going well. Or Saturday. It could be Saturday where you are. There could be a crate. And then you push the crate. And then that crate is going to do something. It's going to fall onto this. And then what? And then what? And then this thing falls down. And then... Oh, and then, guys, and then this makes a wall you can climb on. You can climb up this way. Welcome, Sretchen. I'm doing some form of game dev too, having an awful time because I'm choosing to use an awful engine. Which engine? What's an awful engine? I have no idea. Okay, this is my idea, okay? Here is a thing. You push this onto this. It causes that to fall, okay? And then you can use this as a platform to jump to this. And then below this there could be spikes. Isn't that a genius idea? A V8 engine sounds awful to make a game on. Isn't that the vegetable juice? Tell me they're making games from this. They made an engine based on the vegetable juice? That's crazy. Absurd. Okay, we're gonna have a bunch of spikes here. Some V8 engines sound nice. I don't really know anything about cars. Any car fans out there? Any fans of motor vehicles? Welcome, Zolly. Thank you for the 28 months. Me neither. Yeah, I don't know cars. I don't really understand cars. Well, okay, it's simple. There's a guy named Lightning McQueen, and he is like a race car. He's like literally a race car. And I actually have never watched Cars, so like imagine if this bit went somewhere and it made sense. If I had watched Cars, I could have made this better, but I did not. Ka-chow, he does say ka-chow. Why does he do that? Ka-chow. Wait, what's the point of this? There's no point of this thing being here if you can just do this normally, right? Like, I added this so that you can grab onto it, but like, you could just do this. So there is no point. It's meaningless. Catch cow. I think it would be better if it didn't escape in the first place. Sometimes you can't stop it, okay? Sometimes cows, they just do things on their own. You gotta catch it. There's a cat food named Cat Chow. Reminds me of Lightning McQueen every time. Ka-chow. Lightning McQueen, the winner of the Piston Cup, right? That's a thing. He did what in the cup? Why would he do that? I can't believe it's foul. It's unbelievable, man. How do I make this interesting? You can then push this down. Oh, what if you can then jump? You can jump on the crate and then grab something there. Have I made a level with long spiky corridors? I have. Yeah, there's a few. We have this one. This one is not long spiky corridors, but it's got some. There's a few places. This one's got some. And there's a secret in this one. This one, you can climb up to the next room. There's a bonus item. Okay, here's what I'll do. Here, I'm going to have spikes over here. And then what? And then we have this. Okay, so once this falls down, you can jump on this, and then you can then jump onto the box, and then the box allows you to jump onto this wall, and then from this wall, you can then continue to the rest. All right, you do this. Well, okay, but then what's stopping you from just going down here? Nothing, actually. Unless I add a bunch of spikes. That is always the solution, just add a bunch of spikes. Just add a ton of spikes. And then the player can't go through. Unless they were really good. Unless they were a speedrunner with frame perfect accuracy. Or I guess you could just do that. It's too easy though. That is too easy. I can just do it. That's way too easy. Man, how do I stop the player from doing that? What if we had I don't think it is possible. Is it possible? Like, I want them to have to go to the left side. They would have to do this, and then make up. Okay, maybe not that. Maybe I give up on this idea. Maybe this is not a thing that I do. But isn't that cool though? Isn't that so cool? Okay, maybe you push the crate from the left side instead of the right side. Right? And then what? And oh, and then what if this thing? No. That makes no sense. Okay, no, hold on. It could be like we have this one here, and then you have these. And then what? And then what? I mean, that's kind of interesting. This is an interesting thing that does something, maybe. But how can I make use of this? It is kind of cool that it just lands on the corner like that. But you could also just do that. Oh wait, I thought I fixed that. I thought I had fixed that bug. There are some times when you reset it, and then this thing. Oh, because the crate was in the same space. I see. It's like when I reset the position, the collision detection does not occur until after. I don't know what I'm saying. Alright, what am I doing? What do I do for this room? What am I doing here? Does anyone even understand what we're doing? Put this over here. You put this one over here. It's the final room. After this, it's just a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. You know, pause menus, music, graphics, signs that tell you buttons that you can press, tutorials, a start screen, credits, death counter, I don't know, a bunch of stuff. Here, okay, you can push this one here. And then what? How do I stop this? What if there was a some kind of thing was here. UI work is so much fun. Is it though? Is it really? Because when I do front-end development, that's my least favorite part. Guys, how do I center a div? I'm going to like it. What? That's why I don't do front-end. It's too much aligning things, making sure things work at different screen sizes, stuff like that. Back in it. Yeah, I don't do front-end. That's why I don't like it. I'm capable of doing it. I just don't like it. They always change things every month. There's always some kind of new framework. Align center? No, it's like advanced. There's a lot of stuff to consider. I don't like mostly because of what's involved JavaScript. Yeah, but they have TypeScript. It's slightly better. Somewhat. Actually, I don't know what to do in this room. There's got to be something. There's got to be an idea that I'm like, I come up with it and then I'm like, that's genius. I work mostly with TypeScript now. I think TypeScript is fine. It's definitely better than JavaScript. I think Flexbox had align center. Yeah, Flexbox is the new thing. It's not even new. It's like 15 years old now, right? I used to hate game dev UI work, but I've grown to like it after realizing how much of the game identity comes from it and how much character you can pack into it. That is true. I mean, I guess look at the Persona games. Everyone's like, whoa, Persona, look at those graphics. Look at that UI. So stylish. That's like the example now. It's like when people think of like stylish UIs, that's like the game example. Whoa, Persona. Persona 3. I've actually never played a Persona game. I don't know anything about Persona. What's an example of a functional UI? Like in a game specifically? I know the UK government website is good. It is actually so clean. Their design principles are so nice. Look at these big buttons. Look at this large text. Yeah, my favorite game, the government. Am I right, guys? Haha. Government. Oh no, he's talking about politics. Get him out of here. Smile. Persona is too much of a commitment. Yeah, like JRPGs in general, they are pretty long. I don't have the patience nowadays for JRPGs. Or I guess just RPGs in general. Just a lot of reading, you know. There is JRPGs in general, and 100 hours flat. 100 plus hours, yeah. When I was young, I was like, yo, what, this game is like 60 hours? That's great value. I would love to play it. Now I'm like, this game is 60 hours? I don't want to play it. This game is like 2 hours? Sign me up. I would love to play a 2-hour game. 60 hours? 100 hours? That's too much. Xenoblade is 100 hours as well. Games are too long. But you know, that's fine. Some people enjoy that. Not me. I think I've changed over the years. Most other games are kind of less. Yeah. Adulting. Yeah, I got stuff to do. I gotta stream. I gotta like make a video game. I don't know. I gotta go to work. Have I done anything in this room so far? I need to like actually do something. What am I doing here? Obstacles. Okay, let's look at our list of obstacles. We haven't done like a regular falling platform in a while. Falling platform, regular falling platform. Was it this one? Yes, okay, we have regular one-way falling platforms. Can I do anything interesting with this? Oh wait, no, I know one. Hold on. Oh, but then this one requires you to go up. I was thinking you could have regular one-way platforms that are falling. You jump on one of them, you glide to the next one, and then you glide back, and then you glide back and forth between the one-way falling platforms. Let me demonstrate what I mean. But it only really works in some room setups. So let's remove all of this. And this. Okay, so we have falling platform. We have this here, we have this here, we have this here, we have this here, we have this here. Alright, so what you gotta do is you go here, you jump, you glide to this one. Dude, that's kind of fun, right? That seems pretty cool. It's not really challenging, but it does seem cool. And it is nice. Unfortunately, this room is going downward, so it doesn't really make that much sense for this one. Unless... No, that doesn't work. Unless I made it so that you wrap around. Maybe like you go this way, and then you fall down, and then you have this setup. But that feels kind of forced. That feels a bit like I just added this for no reason. It's going down, I'm going timber. Timber, isn't that the guy who made Nightmare Before Christmas? I made this joke literally a few weeks ago. Timber, isn't that the scary guy? Isn't that John guy? Jonathan, scary movie guy? Is this interesting? Hold on. Oh, this could be made more interesting if I had one of these. So now you got to actually time your jumps. You go here, and then it's like, whoa, what the hell? Oh no. We're gonna get hit by the spikes. Wow. This could be something. It is kind of satisfying. Wait, you could just you just go on this thing though. That's why you need spikes on top of it. That's, you know, that's the reason. I don't know. Is this anything? Could this be something? Alright, so if in this room you need to go downward though, you could have maybe like some kind of thing, maybe like a climbable falling platform. I would enjoy a simple mindless S with me running and platforms falling like an action movie. Like if I just had a ton of falling platforms. I mean, yeah, I guess not every room has to be challenging. It could just be something that's fun. Just like this. Making a path. I don't know, that's kind of cool. I think the character doesn't run fast enough to to actually do that though. Unless the platforms were moving downward. I mean, I think it works for these platforms. That's kind of cool, right? That's doable. Alright, we can remove these. We can move these here. There's literally no challenge here, but that's fine. Actually, totally fine. No, there's gotta be like some challenge. There can't be literally no challenge. I mean, okay. What if it's something but like the spike corridor level? Instead of spikes, it's a spiky moving platforms. Wait, oh yeah, what if the platforms were all moving? Wait a second. Hold on. We could have let's see. Moving climbable spike platform. So like if this one, if we had something like this. And then you would have to, oh, the entire thing is moving, and then you could simply wait. Oh, but then once they collide, there's this like weird this weird effect. And then they get all messed up. But I could add, like, I could do this. And then if I were to move all of these here, could this be anything? Wait. I mean, there's something. This could be something. I think this mostly works for like a room where you have to climb up though. This would be kind of cool though. If you could like do this. That could be cool. That could be something. Okay, so like spike corridor room, but with some of these. Some of these spike platforms. Can you have constant stream of these platforms popping from one side and disappearing on the other? No, not with the current way I have it set up. I could probably do it, but it would be kind of weird. And it would be just for this one room, which feels a bit overkill. Okay, what if we had vertically moving platforms like this? Wait, what if you had yeah, what if it was this? Wait. Is this anything? Hey, that looks kind of cool. They're going down though, which is not what I want. Oh, I guess if you just wait long enough, they will eventually go down. Okay, what if I add ones at the top? Oh, you could glide through these. There could be, okay. I could copy all of these. I could simply copy these, move them down. Oh, wait a second. Flappy Bird. Oh, but that kills you. No, but if you could go lower, that's a thing. If this platform was a bit lower, like in the middle of the room, like this, then wait. Wait. Wait, it is kind of hard. Oh, what the heck? Everything's messed up now. No, wait, how would this be possible? Why does it keeps getting messed up every time we reset the room? Well, I don't know. This is a cool idea though. It just feels a little bit jank. No. What if I move them farther away? What if it was like these are actually up here? What if they were flipped horizontally? True. Maybe that is possible. Right now it's impossible to do because they're too close. Yeah. What if it was like this? What if it was like this? Oh, wait. Wait, oh, that's pretty good. Okay, except when that happens. I don't know why that happens. I would probably need to fix that. Oh, wait, that is so nice. Wait, that works pretty well. Wait, no. It is fun, but it's like the fact that you have to wait. And also, okay, it's weirdly jank. I don't know what's causing this. That is a bug that I would need to fix. No. Okay, maybe we don't need like 6 of them. Or I mean, I guess that's 12 of them. Maybe we simply have like these. We need to attach a signal to reset their position. They are resetting. I think the issue is that when I move the position, it moves in the position, and then it's like colliding with another one. I think it's like the order that they're being handled. It's relative. I think it has to do with like the ordering. Like I think Godot only checks collision like once a frame, and if you move something in the frame, it's I don't know how to describe it. If you move something in the middle of the frame, it uses a previous position. It waits until the next frame. I would need to do like some kind of frame delay. Would the cycle be off sync when you climb down the ladder? Probably. But once you die, then the cycle resets. Hey, wait, you can see them from the bottom of this room. Sometimes. No, you can't. Never mind. Set it to move all of the. What the heck is this? Set it to move all of them out of the game world first, then reposition back to where they should be. Maybe. That would make sense, actually. Move them elsewhere for 1 frame, and then move them back. I will put that in my notes. To do. Move obstacles away and back. Alright. I mean, this is nice, but... Oh, wait, what about that? If I can figure out the jank, I think this would be a good idea for a room. Unfortunately, I do have the fear that I will not be able to figure out the jank. It's going to be janky, like, regardless at some point. But you could also just do this. Could also just climb down. And I think if you add this here, I think they will not work. Actually, no, that's fine. I think it will work. Yeah, that works. Speedrun strat. There's several speedrun strats that I'm aware of. There is one, preservation of momentum even after you hit a mushroom. I will not spoil it, but there is a room where there is a horizontal mushroom that you can get vertical momentum off of. Okay, well, maybe we don't do this for this room just yet. I could try to figure it out, but for now, maybe I go with something else. Maybe I simply do this. Maybe I do this. Well, but then that's too easy then. That's way too easy. What if it was like this? Is that even possible? It is possible, and it is really easy. Okay, what if it was actually like this? Now, is that too hard though? Is this too hard? No, that's actually fine. Okay. I guess I could, but you don't need to glide for it. Unless I put spikes on the bottom. Wait. I could put spikes on the bottom. And then I can make this higher up. Okay, we have hazards, we have these spikes. Okay, so you're here. And then, wait. That was pretty good. Okay, so if I raise this platform again, like this, maybe like this. Oh, wait. No, come on. Okay, that is kind of nice actually. I think that is pretty good. I just need to add walls over here. I think that's cool. It's not particularly hard, but it is cool. And sometimes that's all you need in a game. It just needs to be cool. And fun. Exactly. I like to set these rooms up so that if you die, the cycle is really convenient. Right? I don't like that you have to wait for this thing to go up and then down. If I have it so that maybe if I move them down by one, it's slightly better. Alright, so if we die... I know Celeste has a similar thing where, like, the first time you enter a room, the cycle is, like, different from when you die in that room. Like, the first time you enter a room, it's, like, cycled some way. You die, then you get reset to a certain position, and then the cycle is different. This is literally Celeste. It's the same game. Wait, that's almost good. It's literally Celeste debug. Or maybe I'm meant to move these up. If I move these up by 2... Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, that is a good cycle. If you jump immediately from here, that works. Now, does that work if the ladder is down? If I set the checkpoint downward. Hold on, we have ladder. Down here. We have the checkpoint. It would be over here. Okay, so once you die... Okay, that's actually good. That works out perfectly fine. That's pretty cool. I could maybe even add a 5th one. No, maybe that's overkill. Okay, so we have this. And then we have the rest of the room. What do I do for the rest of the room? It could just be more of the same thing. Or it could be horizontally moving. What if you have to drop through a thing? The second section that is the same challenge. Draw spikes all the way. Maybe. Okay, what about, you know, like it's like this, and then you have horizontally moving ones. What if you had horizontally moving ones? What if it was like this? Missing the SPO at the start. Wait, which one? You would need to glide, that is true. You would just fall. Missing spot at the start. Oh, this one? No, it's fine. You mean this spike right there? Welcome, Matt Chirpy. How's it going? It's going pretty well. What the heck is happening with this? Oh, they don't collide with each other. What the heck? Wait, actually, that's kind of cool. That's kind of neat, actually. Ah, yeah, I'm like wrapping up level design. Now, that is not intentional, though. That is a bug. It is cool, but it is a bug. And I also meant horizontally moving the spikes. Wait, but there's no challenge. If you just fall onto them, you can just live. That feature, so true. Okay, what if we have the horizontal one? Climbable spiked platform. What if it was like this? Oh yeah, they're going vertically. That's why I need the indicator that they're going horizontally. Oh, I did literally name it vertical. Okay. Get these out of here. So the horizontally moving one is here. Okay, so you make this one. You can easily make this one. I mean, okay, this one, it's too easy. You just fall down. There's got to be more to it than this. I could have two of them. I could try doing the thing where I have two of these. Maybe. But then this ends up with the misalignment issue, right? Or maybe not. Maybe it's actually totally fine. Or maybe it's impossible. No, yeah, it's too janky. I can't do that. Anyway, I think I will figure this out off stream. But for now, I think I will try playing through the entire game. Just to get a sense of how long it is. It will change after I'm done with this room. But we will start off. It has been a while since I've done this. I should also commit my code. What have I added? On-track files? What? Moving platform spikes vertical? Oh no, that is a new thing that I added. Add more gliding rooms. Alright. I think I'll also add an in-game timer for real in-game time. Alright, so let's see. We have no abilities. Let's start off the game. Oh wait, no, this does not count. I gotta move the text over. Start it up again. Alright. We're going. We got mushrooms. You can't jump. You cannot jump. You gotta wait for this platform. You can go over. It's so simple. It's that easy. Mushrooms, I haven't seen this room in a while. You can drop. Pro tip, you can drop. Go down this way. Okay, this is the big mushroom room. I'm not even going to try to get the optional stuff. This is any percent. You actually use fish. I only ever tried it and I'm on Windows. Wait, what? Use fish? Oh, a fish shell? Yeah. I mean, I'm on Windows. Welcome Ultracar. No, the speedrun, the timer. My timer is here. Okay, we're going up. I'm on Windows. I'm using Windows Subsystem for Linux. I only use Windows when I'm playing games or streaming. Normally, I'm on a Mac. Okay, you wait for this platform. Did I thank you, Ultracar? I forgot. I think I did. Welcome, Creative Waste. Hello. Oh, I forgot about those spikes. I added those at some point, and I totally forgot. No. You're telling me there's challenges in this room? This room? Okay, then, okay, the first crate pushing, double crate pushing challenge. You fall down this way. Oh, okay, I tried going too fast there. You push the crate, you go this way, you fall down this way. Easy, so easy. Alright, now you can jump. That's a split right there, jump. This is, oh, and I thought I could make that. I can't make it. Alright, next one. Oh, you see that coyote jump right there? Okay, okay. Going over. You gotta push the crate onto mushroom. Push crate. Jump. Okay, this one's a little bit challenging. You gotta go this way. Simple. Clean. Easy. World record pace right now. Oh no. He squandered it. Okay, gotta jump over that mushroom. Push that crate. Oh, I forgot. I didn't even know those were time spikes. I added that and I forgot. Okay, right. You cannot make that jump. You have to go this way. Okay, I like this room. This is one of my favorite rooms. Something about that motion is very satisfying. I jinxed myself. It is still going to be world record though, because no one else has played this game. Every run is world record pace. I've messed up. It's fine. Potential time save right there. Okay, and then you jump up. And then you fall down. And then you climb up. It's that easy. You gotta push. You gotta wait for this one. You gotta push it onto that. And then you jump. All of them are gold split. This is a room. Alright, this is when you get the ledge grab ability. This is the new split right here. You can now grab ledges. Alright, so that text, when you get the power-ups, that is where we can add catchphrases. I don't know what catchphrases. Yeah, I could add yeah. I could add holy moly. I could add yippee. Is that a thing that she said? Yippee. No. I like the pushing crate onto mushroom trick. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this game to consider. Okay, this is the triple crate room. Yippee, fish, sploinkity bloinkity. Is that a thing? I missed that. It was not even there for that. There's actually a room on the left side, by the way. If you, for some reason, come back to this room after you get gliding, there's another challenge over there. There's too many. Okay, we're going here. We gotta... Yep, okay. Hold on. No, this room used to be easy. What happened? It's because I added this platform. It used to be that you would simply jump from this one to this one and then onto that. I think maybe I have not playtested this room enough after adding the new stuff. No, that's fine. I should consider changing this though. Okay, then you have this one. This one... Gotta go this way. Whoops. And then you push this one over. And then you can grab this ledge. And then you keep walking into the spikes and dying. Okay, there will be a sign here that tells you can press down to drop from ledges. In case it is not obvious. Alright, and then this one, I like this one. This room's pretty cool. You make your own grabbable ledge. Okay, this one, you make another grabbable ledge. Oh, I'm so bad. I'm doing so badly. That is cool, right? Emergent game design. I did not plan for this. It just happened to work out. Alright, this one, you push the mushroom crates. It allows you to grab onto this one. And then you can then grab onto this one. Okay, this is where you get the cake. The cake allows you to climb walls. As you know, you can jump to go up faster. Whoops. Okay, and then you climb down slowly. And then you gotta grab on to... okay, you gotta grab onto this platform. You make that jump. Make this jump. Simple. And then you get a preview of the upcoming room. This one, I'm not even going to do this one. This one is an optional challenge. I will leave it as an exercise to the reader to get that clover, if you want. That's for the 100% completion. Alright, and then start climbing. Alright, and then the clover is just a optional collectible if you want to challenge yourself. It's for 100% completion. What was the point of this? I forgot what this was for. Oh, so you can make this jump. Okay. Oh, I fooled myself. Okay. Classic. Okay, you gotta go back this way. Okay, and then you can make this. Okay, this one is another clover that I will not explain how to get, but you could consider figuring it out on your own. That's a cool room. Wait, which one? The one I just did? I already forgot what it was. I have such a... I totally already forgot what that room was. Oh, the room with the mushroom that you push onto the other mushroom. True, so true. Alright, this one, yeah, this one, you gotta launch yourself. And you gotta time your climbs. You gotta be timing your climbs. Alright, this one teaches you can grab onto, what is this called? You can grab onto these. Okay, and then this game is pretty long, huh? I did not think about. Okay, that's another optional objective. I will leave it to the player to understand how to get that one. This one is a little bit tricky.
but actually not at all. Last time I finished in under 2 minutes. Yeah, I've added a lot more to the game. I did this wrong. Okay, you have to get the island to fall down. I think I should, when I'm updating the graphics, I should make it clearer that those things can fall. Because at the moment, they look exactly the same as regular land. And it's kind of like, you know, why? Whoops, oh god. But it's like, why is that island just floating up there? It's because it can fall down, but it's not that obvious. Okay, so you make a platform. Make it yellow. Yeah, yellow paint. So true. I shake. It does. I guess I can make it shake a little bit, even when you're not colliding with it. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, because right now it only shakes if you touch it. Maybe. Right, if you'll notice this one. This one here. It shakes when you touch, but then otherwise it's just stationary. Okay, this is when you get the sugar. Holy moly. It's literally a bag of sugar. I can now glide. Okay, and then you gotta glide. We're nearing the end of the game. Go downward. And now you can go this way. Whoa. I will demonstrate how to get this secret though, because I think it is pretty cool. You can just go up. Now I need to fix the text clipping through the end, or the bottom of the screen. Okay, I swear I'm not that bad at the game. It's just a little bit tricky sometimes. Okay, I mean, I am the best player at the game, so, you know, even if I am bad, I'm still the best. Okay, this room was actually kind of satisfying entirely by accident. The way you have to like go back and forth. You see that? That was pro tip right there. Okay, you gotta get this over here. And then you do this. And then you can do this, and then whoa, look at that. Okay, and then this room. Now we're on to rooms that we've added today. Literally games from today, and by games I mean rooms. Okay, I almost died there. Alright. And then you push this over twice, and then you push it back. You can hear the ice cream truck outside. That's how you can tell it's warm outside. You got ice cream. No, come on. Alright, this room literally added today. How do you solve this one? You gotta go this way. You gotta go this way. It's crafty, right? Entirely by accident. Why? Okay. Man, how long is this? What was the timer at right now? This seems pretty long. It's at least 15 minutes, right? And this is someone who knows the level design. Like someone who's doing this the first time, they don't know all the solutions to the puzzle. This could be like a half-hour game even. This is a whole freaking video game. Literally. No, come on. Oh, I had it. The content. I'm dying. You know, it is nice though that the death animation is pretty satisfying. When I was testing this, I would just throw the character into spikes and be like, oh, look at that explosion. That's pretty nice. For casual, you can easily quadruple the time. Maybe. Entirely possible. Alright, this one. Okay, this one we added today. You can climb up. You can then glide. No, come on. You can glide slowly. And someone who yaps a lot might take hours. It could take days. This could be the new Lies of P that will never be finished. When was the last time everyone bought ice cream from the neighborhood ice cream truck? I don't even know. Okay, this is the room we added today. Literally the last room we've added. There will be more. I simply have not decided yet. Okay, this one. It's not that complex. Okay, oh no. What? I didn't add a checkpoint. I didn't add a checkpoint to this room. Can't believe it. Okay, well I'll need to fix that. This is why we playtest. Okay. Alright, this room. Simple. Yeah, time lost because of a bug in the game. I can't believe this. Alright. It's way longer than I thought it would be. Okay, okay, we're doing it. It's, oh, I had it. No, no. He's choking, no. Okay, do people still say that nowadays? When someone like failed at something, do they say he choked? That's still a thing. Is there like new slang? No, come on. This is like holiday, I think so, yeah. Well, what if there's a new thing that people say? I mean, that is so 2000s. Bro, can't believe it. Oh yeah, throwing, that's what people say. He's throwing. True. Feeding? No, that's a League of Legends. This room is pretty hard, huh? Pretty challenging. Oh, come on. That spike, I should get rid of that spike. Welcome Benny the Pa. Choking is usually they failed because they were too nervous. Yeah, I guess throwing is just like any failure. No. Okay, I think I need to adjust that spike. It is a bit unfair. It is in the exact spot to kill you. And that one, okay, this might be the, this is the run killer. Is this too hard? Is this level too hard? No, no, come on. Skibbity Ohio, so true. They're always saying this. I was literally saying today that yesterday... Oh, come on. Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna like skip this room, but I got, like, if this is a room that I expect a player to go through, I gotta at least prove that it's doable. I think this is the hardest room in the game. Oh, come on. Death counter. Yeah, in the full game I will have a death counter. Oh, come on. That spike needs to go. Spike popping up animation is good. Thank you. It has like 3 frames, if you can believe that. Oh no. Okay, I think you need to do that when the spike is going toward you. It's too hard. I need to tone this room down a bit. There's too many like precise movements. Okay, okay. No. Aw, dude. How many times have I died on this room alone? It's gotta be like at least 20. I've been at this room for 4 minutes. No, no. This is the new Celeste. Exactly. This is literally Celeste. You can see it's in the title. Surely this is the room. I mean, the thing about this room is that it doesn't feel impossible, right? It's like, there's not too much to it. It's just if you go too fast. Although I feel like when I was designing this, I was able to do, oh, come on. I was able to do it pretty fast. But it might be because I was testing only this room. Maybe after doing like 15 minutes of other rooms. There's like a little bit of fatigue. Also, welcome Samestein. Is YouTube very much behind? That's just YouTube. It just does that. Alright. No, no. Come on. I'm like so far behind schedule. Or so, what is the word for it? This stream has gone 11 minutes longer than it was supposed to. Okay, this is the attempt. This is it. No, no, I can't. I need to redo this room. It's too hard. Like compared to all the other rooms, it's too much. No, come on. I guess that doesn't have to be a spiked moving platform. It could just be a regular moving platform. And it would still be challenging enough. Okay, I'm gonna give it 5 more tries. If I can't get this in 5 more tries, I think I will just skip it and go to the next room. Open up the developer console. Okay, that one didn't count. This is attempt number 2. This is the run. Nope. Okay, I died in the same place. This is attempt number 3. Okay. No, no, no. Wait. There is like a little ledge here. Oh, look at that. Okay. I've done it. Unless I die right here. Wouldn't that be so funny? Okay. That room took a long time. Okay, this room, pretty simple. It's pretty satisfying as well. Alright, now it's Celeste time. This is literally Celeste. You're climbing a mountain. It's like the end of Celeste. I mean, you can't see the mountain because I've gone the path that I know is the correct path. But the regular player would go to the right here. Probably. I've fallen. Gotta go this way. I'm gonna demonstrate what happens on this side. You can't go that way. So you go back this way. And then you go up. And then you glide. And then that's it. That is the game. Well, okay, there's a little bit more. Floating blocks are pretty cool. Okay, okay. And then... bam, that's it. Time, guys. Time. Once you reach this point, there will be a cutscene or something. I don't know. And then that's the end. That's the end of the game. This stuff will never be seen by the player. 23-17. And I'm pretty sure like 5 minutes we're in that one room. Alright, that's pretty nice. I don't need to commit this. Alright, good stream. I will finish that last room. I will adjust the difficulty of the other room that I did. Hollow Knight world record 30 minutes. This game is literally harder than... well, it's easier than Hollow Knight. This is the new Hollow Knight, guys. Anyway, okay, we're gonna end the stream. I'm gonna see who else is streaming. Who's out there? Also, what day is it? Baby Day. Baby Day, guys. Welcome, Polyglitch. Let's see. Scurvy Awareness Day. Life Insurance Day. Truffle Day. Take Baby to Lunch Day. Tuna Day. Kentucky Oats. No description for Kentucky Oats. I don't even know what it is. Almost forgot. I like this one. Notice a visual bug. Was that the one where, like, when you get the cake? I noticed something with that. I'm going to assume that's what it was. The cookie. Oh, the cookie. Yeah, that's what I meant. I also saw that. There was like a white flickering light or something. Okay, let's do International Scurvy Day, Scurvy Awareness Day raid. You could do like eating emoji. Wolf is eat. Scurvy is associated with lack of vitamin C, so you could put an orange emoji. Perhaps. Let me find an orange emoji. This one. Okay, you could do that. Let's see who's streaming. Who do I raid today? A lot of people streaming. Various people are streaming things. Now, who do I raid? Oh, it's gotta be Hamflow. It's literally his birthday stream. I mean, it's not his birthday, so it doesn't really make sense to say happy birthday because his birthday was yesterday. This is his birthday stream. But you can also say belated birthday if you want. Anyway, good stream. I'll be back tomorrow with Variety Saturday. I will be gaming. We're going to have connections. We're going to have crosswords, collaborative crosswords. We're going to have itch.io games. And others. Look forward to that. And now I'm going to sit here for many minutes. And by minutes, I mean seconds. I think this is the longest my stream has gone. I was not expecting that run to take 24 minutes. I was like, oh, surely it's like 15 minutes, right? At most. But no, it was like 24 minutes. And I know the game. I am aware of the game. Moonybug? What the? Welcome and goodbye. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, new PB next time. So true. It's gonna be, they're gonna find a big bug in the game. It's gonna be 2 minutes to beat the game. New time skip. You can just clip through everything. Anyway, the raid's gone. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.